Chapter 4492. However, as soon as the taboo energy seeped into Lu Ming's cells, the taboo energy in his cells began to resist. It wanted to expel the taboo energy. However, the life soul was the master of the heavenly courts. After all, his cultivation level was extremely powerful. In the past, his realm was too high. His control of the taboo power was not something that Lu Ming could compare to. He soon found a balance. The two taboo energies coexisted peacefully and resonated with each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The resonance of the two taboo energies had completely stimulated the hidden power of the master of the heavenly court. Moreover, without the interference of the 3 lifetime soul fire, he could unleash even more power. Very good. Now we can go out. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, the ground above began to rumble, and a rift opened up in the ground. Above them, the heavenly human tribe powerhouses had been refining the protective array formation nonstop. After this period of refinement, more than half of the bronze statues had already exploded and collapsed. The remaining bronze statues were dull and lifeless, like ordinary pieces of metal. Even the 12 divine weapons were dimmed, and their auras were dispirited. It would not be long before they could completely refine the protective formation of the master of the heavenly court. Then, they would be able to find the master of the heavenly court, Lu Ming, and the others. Killing intent flashed in Yi Wu's eyes. Right at that moment, the ground began to rumble as a crack appeared on the altar. The altar began to split into 2 halves. Yi Wu and the others were stunned. The protective formation had not been completely refined. How could the altar open on its own? Could it be that the master of the heavenly court knew that he could not hold on for much longer and wanted to fight with his life on the line? Get ready, Yi Wu said as he silently retreated. He was about to face the master of the heavenly court, the master of the heavenly court. It was impossible for him not to be afraid. It was better to let the others deal with him. He's already at the end of his rope. There's no need to be afraid. I can kill him with 1 blow, said an old heavenly human powerhouse among the 12 powerhouses who had set up the formation. His domineering aura caused the void to tremble and distort. This person was a genuine Lord of Heaven-level figure, incomparably powerful. Hundreds of heavenly humans stared at the altar. Soon, a crack that was several meters wide appeared on the altar, and a figure stepped out from it. It's him. That brat has a forbidden body. Yi Wu's eyes flashed with killing intent. The person who walked out was naturally Lu Ming. Following closely behind Lu Ming was Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shun. Behind Xianxia and the rest, Dark Night rose. Di Jinni and the rest followed and stood in a row behind Lu Ming. So, it's you little bastards. That old man Han Ming hasn't come out yet. Could it be that he's already exhausted and can't walk anymore? Is he waiting for death inside? Yi Wu sneered. When he saw that it was only Lu Ming and the rest, he became bolder. He took a few steps forward, and his cold, killing intent pressed towards Lu Ming and the rest. However, he was stunned, and his face was filled with astonishment. This was because he had discovered that Lu Ming and the rest had made a breakthrough in their cultivation. This shocked him. Less than 3 years ago, Lu Ming and the rest were only rank 9 Emperor God Realm cultivators. Now they had reached the Divine Master Realm. If only 1 or 2 of them had reached the Divine Master Realm, he would not be surprised. After all, Lu Ming and the rest had been rank 9 Emperor God Realm cultivators and were not far away from the Divine Master Realm. In 3 years, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to make a breakthrough. However, Lu Ming and the rest had made a breakthrough. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Wan Shun, Dark Night Rose, Di Jinni, Yin Zhioling, Ling Heng, and Xiao Wuji. A total of 9 people had made a breakthrough. The other 3 were slightly weaker and had not made a breakthrough yet. However, they were not far away from it. It was not normal for 9 people to make a breakthrough in one go. It seems like Han Ming did something. Han Ming must have paid a price for these people to make a breakthrough. However, does Han Ming think that it would be useful for these people to make a breakthrough? That's too naive. The Lord of Heaven sneered. 9 first-level divine masters were no different from 9 celestial thearchs in his eyes. He could kill them with a single slap. Boom! The Lord of Heaven took a step forward and a violent aura surged out. He was about to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Don't make a move first. You have to guard against Han Ming's counterattack before he dies. Leave these brats to me. Yi Wudao called out to the heavenly monarch. At the same time, he took a step forward and walked towards Lu Ming and the rest. Very well. Lu Ming's eyes, or more accurately, Han Ming's eyes, looked at Yi Wudao with a murderous look on his face. Kneel! Yi Wudao swooped forward like a bird. He channeled half of his forbidden energy and combined it with his ultimate heavenly energy. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. He had used 90% of his strength in this punch. He was confident that even if Lu Ming had reached the Divine Master Realm, he would be severely injured by this punch. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Whoosh! His body trembled slightly and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he was near Yi Wudao. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Yi Wudao. Lu Ming's hand enlarged rapidly and collided with Yi Wudao's fist energy. With a puff, Yi Wudao's fist energy was extinguished like a weak candle flame. Lu Ming's hand did not stop there. He continued to grab at Yi Wudao. Impossible! Yi Wudao screamed in horror. Yi Wudao screamed in horror. He was in disbelief. His punch, which contained 90% of his strength, was easily broken by Lu Ming. How is this possible? He was shocked. He tried to retreat with all his strength, but he realized that he could not move. He was completely locked in place by Lu Ming's giant hand. No! Who are you? You can't be so powerful. Save me! Save me! Yi Wudao screamed in shock. He did not believe that Lu Ming was so powerful. He was a peerless genius with great combat strength. Even if Lu Ming had the forbidden body, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Yi Wudao was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming, but he could not resist Lu Ming at all. It was impossible. The Divine Master Realm was not the Divine Emperor Realm or the Divine Emperor Realm. It was easy to overcome the difference of 2 levels. Before the Divine Master Realm, it was difficult to overcome even 1 level, let alone 2. Moreover, he was as weak as a little chick. This was completely impossible. Let go of Yi Wudao. The Lord of Heaven shouted and attacked Lu Ming with his palm. A heavenly monarch's attack was too terrifying. Xianxia, Anya rose, and the others' faces paled when they saw the terrifying palm energy. They felt that they would be killed easily in the face of this attack. Chapter 4493. The Lord of Heaven. Only those who stood at the peak of Divine Master could be called the Lord of Heaven. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. They were basically invincible below reciprocity. They were far too powerful for Lu Ming and the others to contend with. Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shen's expressions changed drastically. They could not help but worry. Could the Lord of the Heavenly Court, who was controlling Lu Ming's body, really contend with a Lord of Heaven? If the Lord of the Heavenly Court was at his peak condition, they would not have any doubts. He could probably crush a Lord of Heaven with a single finger. However, the life soul of the Lord of the Heavenly Courts was already at the end of its life. Even if it controlled Lu Ming's body and made use of Lu Ming's taboo power to fuse their taboo bodies temporarily and unleash powerful potential, could it really contend with a Lord of Heaven? They really had no idea. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming struck out as well. He struck out with his palm, colliding with the Lord of Heaven's palm. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. After that, the 2 figures involuntarily drifted backwards. The Lord of Heaven retreated, and so did Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still held onto Yi Wu. He blocked it. Xianxia and the others were overjoyed. Yi Wu and the others from the Heavenly Human Clan looked like they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had actually blocked an attack from a Lord of Heaven. It was like a fantasy. You're not that kid. Who are you? Shock flashed through the Lord of Heaven's eyes as he stared fixedly at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He focused on Yi Wu. A powerful suction force erupted from his palm and enveloped Yi Wu. Yi Wu let out a miserable shriek. He could feel that half of the forbidden power in his body was about to be sucked out. Yes, the taboo power that had originally fused with all the cells in his body was now constantly surging out of his cells. It gathered together and rushed out of his body towards Lu Ming. "Han Ming, you're Han Ming!" Yi Wu roared in horror. He finally knew who the person in front of him was. It was definitely Han Ming. Only Han Ming could strip the forbidden power from his body so easily. Due to the fact that the two of them had grasped half of the taboo energy, they were of the same origin, making it easier for them to separate the taboo energy. If it had been anyone else, regardless of how high their cultivation was, it would have been difficult for them to do so. What? Han Ming! The rest of the heavenly human tribe cultivators were shocked by Yi Wu's cry, and they stared at Lu Ming in horror. Could it be that Lu Ming had already been possessed by the soul? That must be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have become so terrifying? "Stop it, Han Ming!" The Lord of Heaven cultivator shouted and charged towards Lu Ming again. This time, he unleashed all of his strength. A halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. The halberd contained a powerful heavenly annihilation power. Its power was terrifying and could destroy the world. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. His fingers moved quickly as he shouted, "Calamity of chaos." The next moment, a ray of divine light shot out from Lu Ming's finger and blasted towards the Lord of Heaven cultivator. Boom! The two of them collided for the second time. Just like before, both of them were pushed back violently. However, this time, the Lord of Heaven was pushed back less, while Lu Ming was pushed back more. Apparently, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Of course, this had to do with the fact that he was concentrating on extracting Yi Wu's taboo energy. At this moment, half of Yi Wu's taboo energy was about to be extracted. "Come out!" Lu Ming shouted and exerted force in his palm. With a whoosh, half of Yi Wu's taboo energy was completely extracted. It rushed into Lu Ming's body and merged with the taboo energy in Han Ming's body. Yi Wu's taboo energy originally belonged to Han Ming. The two of them were originally one. Now that they had returned, they merged perfectly. Yi Wu's eyes were filled with fear and despair. Now that Han Ming had extracted his taboo energy, the next step would be to kill him. However, Han Ming did not kill Yi Wu. Instead, he pressed his palm against Yi Wu's body. Yi Wu's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, creating a large crater. Kill! The Heavenly Lord Realm powerhouse charged toward Lu Ming again. At the same time, the other members of the Heavenly Human Tribe also launched their attacks. Numerous attacks surged toward Lu Ming. "You're courting death." Lu Ming spat out coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out of his body. This aura was many times more powerful than the Lord of Heaven's aura. The attacks from the heavenly humans immediately collapsed when they were hit by this aura. Reciprocity. The Lord of Heaven narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. "It's too late for you to leave now," Han Ming shouted coldly. He slammed his palm into the air. In the next moment, a huge palm appeared above the Lord of Heaven's head and pressed down on him. No matter how the Lord of Heaven tried to block it, it was useless. When the palm pressed down, the Lord of Heaven let out a miserable shriek. His body exploded, and he died on the spot. An expert on the same level as the Lord of Heaven was killed just like that. The other heavenly humans were scared out of their wits. They felt a chill run down their spines. "Let's go." In the next moment, some of the faster ones turned around and tried to escape. "Kill." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, beams of divine light flew out. Puffed, puffed. 7 or 8 heavenly humans were struck by the divine light. They turned to dust and dissipated in the air. Turned to dust. These heavenly humans were all 4th-layer divine masters or higher. They were also the ones who had set up the array to protect Han Ming. Now, they had all been killed by Han Ming. However, after killing these people, Han Ming did not continue to attack. Lu Ming's body glowed, and a ball of light shot out. It was Han Ming. He brought the strand of forbidden energy with him as he charged down the crack in the altar. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the bottom of the altar. A figure charged out. It was Han Ming himself. After obtaining the complete forbidden energy, Han Ming's strength skyrocketed. The 3 lifetime fire soul on his body seemed to have dimmed. It was suppressed by Han Ming's forbidden energy. Life Soul Origin Stone, gather! Han Ming shouted as he grabbed the air with his hand. Lu Ming immediately felt the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment in his mind fly out of his control. Lu Ming, save me. Shi Ling, who was in the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment, screamed. However, Lu Ming could not help him. The Life Soul Origin Stone fragment was completely out of his control. It was not only his. The Life Soul Origin Stone fragments on Anya Rose, Di Jiani, and Xiao Wuji also flew out and flew into Han Ming's hand. At the same time, the Life Soul Origin Stone fragments flew out of Yi Wu's body. Chapter 4494. A total of more than 20 fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone flew into Han Ming's palm. In the end, they gathered into a complete crystal. This was a complete Life Spirit Origin Stone. It emitted a dazzling light that captured one's soul. A complete Life Spirit Origin Stone. Wait, no. Ling Yue. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He thought of Ling Yue. Ling Yue also had a fragment of the Life Spirit Origin Stone in her hands. Now, a complete Life Spirit Origin Stone had appeared. This meant that all the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone had arrived. However, in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, Lu Ming did not meet Ling Yue. And just now, other than Lu Ming, Dark Knight Rose, and the others, the remaining fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone had all flown out from Yi Wu's body. Didn't this mean that Ling Yue's Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment was also on Yi Wu's body? Could it be that Ling Yue had also come to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, only to encounter a heavenly human race expert and be killed by him, and the fragments of the Life Spirit Origin Stone were taken away? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. He was panicking. He was really panicking. At this moment, the complete Life Spirit Origin Stone flew into the space between Han Ming's eyebrows. Immediately, strands of divine light spread out from Han Ming's body. The moment these divine lights appeared, the 3-world fire soul on the surface of his body became even dimmer. At the same time, his shriveled body became a little fuller, and his original appearance could be vaguely seen. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy physique. As his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with a domineering aura. My treasure has been buried here with me for countless years. Now, it's time for it to appear. The Life Spirit Heavenly Court's Lord whispered as his palm made a grabbing motion in the air. This time, the direction of his palm was the cracked altar. At this moment, in the underground space, the altar that Han Ming had been sitting cross-legged on exploded with a loud bang. 3 rays of light flew out from it and flew to Han Ming's surroundings, circling around him nonstop. Everyone saw that there were 3 treasures. The first was a ring. The second was a battle sword. The third was a set of armor. Every single one of the treasures exuded an extremely shocking aura. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes as their breathing quickened. Could these 3 treasures be the 3 most precious treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court? Legend had it that the Life Soul Heavenly Court had 4 supreme treasures. They were all top treasures in the primitive universe. With the addition of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone, wouldn't there be exactly 4 of them? The Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, waved its hand. The battle sword and armor flew into his body and disappeared. Only the ring remained outside. I'll take the 9 Tribulations sword and 9 Tribulations armor with me. They're of great use to me. Lu Ming, I'll leave the Ancient Desolation ring to you. It'll be useful to you. Also, I'll leave these divine weapons to you. The voice of the Life Spirit, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, rang out. Before it finished speaking, it had already shot up into the sky, intending to leave this place. "Senior, wait," Lu Ming shouted. He had one question that he had yet to ask, and that was about Ling Yue. He wanted to ask the master of the Life Soul Heavenly Court if Ling Yue was all right, and if she had come with the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment. "Lu Ming, hurry up and cultivate. We'll meet again." Han Ming's voice rang out in the sky. Then, his figure completely disappeared. "Senior, senior." No matter how Lu Ming called out, Han Ming did not respond. Only the ancient desolation ring was still floating in the air, emitting endless temptation. Many people's eyes fell on the ancient desolation ring. Dark night rose, Di Jinni, Yin Zhuoling, and hundreds of heavenly human tribesmen. Han Ming had only killed 7 or 8 of the strongest heavenly human tribesmen. He did not kill the rest of them. Although these heavenly human tribesmen were almost scared to death and ran away frantically, they did not run far away. They had clearly seen what had happened just now. At this moment, their eyes fell on the ancient desolation ring, revealing intense greed. Han Ming left? Yes, he left and left the ancient desolation ring. The ancient desolation ring is one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. We must get it. It's mine. Suddenly, hundreds of heavenly human tribesmen rushed towards the ancient desolation ring. They were not the only ones. Dark night rose, Di Jinni and the rest were the same. This Han Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was speechless. It was fine that he did not answer his question. Before he left, he said that he wanted to give him the ancient desolation ring. However, why did he leave the ancient desolation ring in the sky for everyone to see? Was this a test for Lu Ming? Lu Ming could only suppress his worry for Ling Yue and shift his attention to the ancient desolation ring. No matter what, he must obtain a supreme treasure like the ancient desolation ring. Moreover, the ancient desolation ring was originally given to him by Han Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped hard on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. He pounced toward the chaos ring at an alarming speed. At the same time, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shun also took action. They followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed towards the ancient desolation ring. They were not here to fight for the ancient desolation ring, but to help Lu Ming obtain the ancient desolation ring. Kill! Scram! Before they even arrived, all sorts of attacks were already flying towards the others. Lu Ming's group also faced a bunch of attacks, most of which came from the heavenly human tribesmen. 3 third-level divine lords. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that there were 3 third-level divine lords among the heavenly human tribesmen. Third-level divine lords of the heavenly human tribesmen were extremely powerful. Even though Lu Ming's group had already broken through to the divine lord realm, they still had to treat them with caution. Heaven-breaking style, Lu Ming shouted. A spear quickly condensed in his hand, turning into a dazzling ray of light that shot towards one of the third-level divine lords. Bang! The spear light trembled and was shattered. However, the third-level divine lord's attack was also blocked. Dark night rose. Xianxia and the others used their trump cards to block the attacks of the others. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. Without stopping, the Bingxian rod appeared, and a massive amount of taboo energy surged into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod expanded rapidly and charged toward one of the third-tier divine master experts. Boom! The third-level divine lord was sent flying like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. One had to admit that third-level divine lords were truly powerful. They were much stronger than second-level divine lords. Even though Lu Ming had broken through to the divine lord realm, he still couldn't instantly kill them. The main reason was that the gap between each level of the divine lord realm was too great. For example, if the gap between each level of the divine lord realm was 1 point, then the gap between the 9th level of the God Emperor realm and the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm was 1.5 points. Although Lu Ming had broken through from the 9th level of the God Emperor realm to the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm, his ability to fight those above his level did not increase as much after reaching the Divine Lord realm. Of course, compared to the God Emperor realm, his improvement was still significant. This was because the gap between each level of the God Emperor realm was only about 0.2 points. Chapter 4495. When Lu Ming was at the 9th level of the God Emperor realm, he could easily suppress a first-level God Lord with his full strength, but he was no match for a second-level God Lord. Even if he used the mysterious ice staff, he was no match for a second-level God Lord, especially one from the celestial race. All he could do was flee. Thus, now that he had broken through to the first level of the God Lord realm, killing a second-level God Lord wasn't difficult at all. It was even easier than killing a first-level God Lord when he was at the 9th level of the God Emperor realm. Even when facing a 3rd-level Divine Master, Lu Ming could easily suppress the other party. However, it would not be that easy to kill them. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and continued to attack. He was like an invincible god of war. The Bingxian cudgel swept out continuously. He was like an invincible god of war. Bam! 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 Lu Ming struck several celestial race experts in succession. A second-level God Lord screamed as his body was torn apart, and he died. 2 other first-level God Lords were also killed, their bodies and souls annihilated. The other celestial race experts felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't dare approach Lu Ming and retreated. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to the primordial ring. A devouring power enveloped the primordial ring. It was Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose suddenly appeared next to the primordial ring, her devouring power erupting as she tried to take the primordial ring. However, a black lotus shot toward her with astonishing power. Dark Knight Rose had no choice but to focus and block it. She sent the black lotus flying, but she also retreated. Dark Knight Rose. Han Ming left this primordial ring for Lu Ming. Do you want to take it? Xianxia coldly said as he took a step forward, pressing toward Dark Knight Rose. This primordial ring doesn't recognize Lu Ming as its master. Anyone who sees it has a share. Dark Knight Rose replied. She transformed into the heaven-devouring Rose and exchanged several blows with Xianxia. The 2 of them were very familiar with each other, so it was naturally not that easy to determine the victor. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Instead, the other 2 third-stage Divine Master heavenly humans charged toward the Chaos Ring. No one could stop them. Wan Shun, Autumn Moon, Emperor Jinny, and the others were all sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the mysterious ice staff pressed down on the 2 third-layer Divine Master celestial race, powerhouses with the momentum of Mount Tai. The mysterious ice rod was so huge that it filled the entire sky. It was like a vast mountain range as it crossed the void and blasted toward the 2 third-level Divine Master heavenly humans. The 2 third-level Divine Master heavenly humans were sent flying. Lu Ming was unstoppable. With a few flashes, he appeared beside the Great Desolate Ring. He reached out and grabbed the Great Desolate Ring. Damn it! When the heavenly human tribe saw that Lu Ming had obtained the Chaos Ring, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. After the Dark Knight Rose and Xianxia exchanged a blow, they separated. When they looked at Lu Ming, they were very jealous and envious. This was one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. The Master of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had taken away the other 3 supreme treasures. Only the Chaos Ring remained. Now, the only supreme treasure was in Lu Ming's hands. Buzz! Suddenly, powerful ripples came from the ground below as powerful auras spread out. Following this, 10 or so rays of light shot out in all directions. It's the guardian divine weapons of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. After them, I must get one. Everyone was alarmed and chased after those beams of light. These beams of light were the 12 guardian divine weapons. Everyone's attention had been completely drawn to the Chaos Ring, so they had almost forgotten about the 12 guardian divine weapons. At this moment, the 12 guardian divine weapons began to vibrate on their own, as if they wanted to break through the air. Everyone finally reacted and flew toward the 12 divine weapons. Autumn Moon had her eyes on a soft whip. She flew up and pounced toward it. Wan Shen pounced toward a halberd. Xianxia pounced toward a silver mace. Lu Ming pounced toward a long spear. The others, such as Dark Knight Rose and Di Jinni, also had their own weapons and pounced toward them. For example, Di Jinni naturally had his eyes on a battle sword. The heavenly human tribe's third-tier and second-tier divine master experts also pounced toward the weapons. There were a total of 12 guardian divine weapons. Many people had their eyes on each of them and were fighting over them. Of course, the heavenly human tribe had the most people. Many heavenly human tribe members had their eyes on each of the guardian divine weapons. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent cold. He did not show any mercy as he swung his mysterious ice rod. Rod shadows appeared and blasted toward the heavenly human tribe members. There was no third-tier divine master among them. The strongest one was only a first-tier divine master. The others were all ninth-tier divine masters. How could they stop Lu Ming? Under the rod shadows, these heavenly human tribe experts exploded one by one, their souls scattering. This wave of attacks killed dozens of heavenly human tribe members, including the first-tier divine master expert. The others were terrified and did not dare to compete with Lu Ming. They quickly retreated and rushed toward the other guardian divine weapons. Lu Ming grabbed the long spear with one hand. Great! Lu Ming was delighted. He swung the long spear a few times and felt that it was very comfortable. The long spear was still more comfortable. He had been using the long spear all this time. He had no choice in the past, as he did not have a suitable long spear weapon. He could only make do with the mysterious ice rod. In fact, the mysterious ice rod was not as comfortable as the long spear. Moreover, his first move, the sky-breaking move, was a spear technique. With the mysterious ice rod, it was very difficult to unleash its power. However, with this long spear, it was different. The heaven-breaking style could unleash a very strong power. However, he had not refined it yet, so he could not use it. Lu Ming put the long spear away. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming looked in the direction of Autumn Moon, his face darkening. Autumn Moon's opponent was a third-tier divine master expert of the heavenly human tribe. Autumn Moon was no match for a third-tier divine master expert. Autumn Moon had broken through to the divine master realm, and with her strength, she could easily suppress a second-tier divine master. However, she lacked a source-level divine weapon. In terms of fighting strength, there was still a big gap between her and Wan Shen, Xianxia, and Dark Knight Rose. She was no match for a third-tier divine master. Bam! Autumn Moon coughed up blood and retreated into the distance. The third-tier divine master of the heavenly human tribe waved his hand, sweeping up the soft whip and putting it into his storage ring. Then his figure flashed as he charged at Autumn Moon, unleashing a destructive sword light. He wanted to exterminate Xiaoyu. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared as he activated the greater extreme light art. His body seemed to turn into an aurora, and in a flash, he appeared near Autumn Moon and swept out with a mysterious ice rod. Clang! The mysterious ice rod shattered the opponent's destructive sword light, and the attack did not stop as it continued to bombard the opponent. The opponent was sent flying like a cannonball, coughing up blood. Chapter 4496. Lu Ming injured a third-level divine master heavenly human with one move. His figure did not stop at all as he continued to charge toward the other party. This person had wanted to kill Xiao Moon, so Lu Ming had placed him on his must-kill list. The third-level divine lord paled and hastily retreated into the midst of the other heavenly humans. He wanted to use the other heavenly humans as a shield. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging as he pushed forward. The heavenly humans in his way exploded, their bodies and souls annihilated. Lu Ming's speed was not affected at all, and he quickly closed the distance between him and the heavenly human expert. Swish! With all his strength, Lu Ming threw out the mysterious ice staff. Whoosh! 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 The mysterious ice staff pierced through space, whistling through the air as it smashed toward the other party. Fast, it was too fast. The other party did not even have time to dodge, so he could only do his best to block. The power of a third-level Divine Lord was fully unleashed. The Heavenly Annihilation power, one of the strongest heavenly powers, was fully unleashed, transforming into a gray sword light that slashed at the mysterious ice staff. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion as boundless energy erupted from the point of collision, spreading out in all directions. Some of the heavenly humans with weaker cultivations who had not retreated in time were killed in midair. Then, a figure retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. It was the third-level Divine Lord of the heavenly human race. Heaven's Sundering Style. The moment Lu Ming threw out the mysterious ice staff, he used the Heaven Sundering Style. As the heavenly human expert retreated, Lu Ming's attack also erupted. Swish! His entire body transformed into a spear of light that pierced through space, thrusting toward the third-level Divine Lord of the heavenly human race. This person had just been injured by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. There was no way he could dodge or resist. The spear gleam transformed from Lu Ming's body pierced through the man's glabella. The terrifying power not only destroyed his sea of consciousness and soul, but also destroyed his Dantian completely, killing a third-tier Divine Master Expert. Lu Ming rushed over. The spear light disappeared, and his figure reappeared. He was already holding a storage ring in his hand. It was the storage ring of the heavenly human race cultivator. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared beside Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, are you okay? Lu Ming asked with concern. Young master, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Thank you for saving me. Xiao Autumn Moon said. At this moment, her complexion was much better. She was no longer pale. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Here, Lu Ming said as he handed the storage ring of the heavenly human tribe member to Autumn Moon. Then, he looked around at the battle situation. At this moment, Xianxia and Wanshun had both obtained the divine weapons they wanted. With their fighting strength, this was not surprising. Both of them were in control of powerful weapons like Origin Grey Divine weapons. If they unleashed their full power, it would be easy for them to kill a heavenly human expert of the second level of the Divine Master Realm. They could even fight a heavenly human expert of the third level of the Divine Master Realm. If Xianxia used his origin energy and unleashed his strongest attack, even third-level Divine, Lord Heavenly Human Race experts would not be his match. On the other side, Dark Knight Rose, Deep Jinny, Ling Hung, and Yin Juling all obtained the divine weapons they wanted. There were also two third-stage Divine Lord experts from the Celestial race who had obtained a divine weapon each. In this way, there were only 2 divine weapons left out of the 12. A group of people surrounded the last 2 divine weapons and fought crazily. At this moment, Xianxia, Wanshun, Dark Knight Rose, and the 2 third-level divine, Lord Heavenly Human Race experts all rushed toward the last 2 divine weapons. Swish! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the last 2 divine weapons like a beam of light. Oh no! Seeing Lu Ming charging toward them, all of the Heavenly Human Race experts were shocked. Lu Ming's fighting strength was too strong. Everyone had seen how he had killed the third-level divine, Lord Heavenly Human Race expert. No one present was Lu Ming's match. The Heavenly Human Race experts were furious and unwilling to accept this. If not for the fact that the 4th-level Divine Lord Heavenly Race experts had been killed by the Life Spirit Master of the Heavenly Court, any one of them could easily suppress Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so arrogant now? But now, they had no choice but to retreat when they saw Lu Ming charging toward them. Set up the formation. Set up the formation to deal with them, roared a 3rd-level Divine Lord Heavenly Human Race expert. He wanted to set up the 9 Heavens battle formation to deal with Lu Ming's group. The Heavenly Human Race had nearly 4 Divine Lord Heavenly Human Race experts and more than 209th-level Divine Lord Heavenly Race experts. After setting up the 9 Heavens battle formation, its power would be astonishing. The Heavenly Human Race experts immediately began to set up the formation. Great sealing art. Lu Ming thrust out his palm. Dense runes covered the void and intertwined together to form ribbons that climbed up the bodies of the heavenly human race experts and sealed them. Heavenly Demon Field. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. He used the Heavenly Demon Field to envelop the heavenly human race experts and prevent them from setting up the formation. The heavenly human race experts were greatly restricted by the Heavenly Demon Field. For a moment, they couldn't set up the Nine Heavens battle formation. Suddenly, the expressions of Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others changed. Because a terrifying force suddenly came from the ground, crushing toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. It was a fist energy formed by countless tiny lightning bolts. It was the power of heavenly punishment. Wherever the fist energy passed, the void collapsed. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He waved the mysterious ice rod and attacked. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. He controlled the origin gray divine weapon, Black Lotus, and it pressed down like a mountain. Boom! Boom! The two weapons collided with the fist energy of heavenly punishment. However, the result was that the two weapons shook violently and were thrown into the air. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also thrown into the air by the strong recoil. Lu Ming retreated for 100 miles before he steadied himself. He waved his hand, and the mysterious ice rod returned to his hand. However, his qi and blood were in turmoil. Xianxia was in a worse condition. Her face was pale and blood was seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She was clearly injured. "Yiwu," Lu Ming muttered. His face was gloomy. At this moment, a burly figure stepped into the air and slowly rose to the sky. This person was Yiwu. Lord Yiwu. It's Lord Yiwu. That's great. Lord Yiwu is fine. Ha ha. We can turn the tables. The heavenly human race experts were ecstatic when they saw Yiwu. Previously, Yiwu was captured by the life spirit of the heavenly court. Half of his forbidden energy was extracted and he was smashed to the ground. Everyone thought that Yiwu had been killed by the life spirit of the heavenly court. Now, it seemed that Yiwu was fine. He wasn't injured at all, and his aura was still very strong. Chapter 4497. What is Han Ming thinking? Is he really trying to test me? Lu Ming was speechless when he saw Yiwu. He was willing to bet that Han Ming had done this on purpose. With Han Ming's cultivation base, there was no way he didn't know that Yiwu was still alive. He must have let him go on purpose. There were other heavenly humans as well. With Han Ming's strength, it would be easy for him to kill them all. However, he only killed 7 or 8 of the strongest heavenly humans. This was definitely on purpose. Otherwise, he could have just given the Chaos Ring to Lu Ming. He even said it so loudly so that everyone could hear. It was hard to understand why someone like Han Ming would do things so strangely. At this moment, Han Ming's gaze fell on Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, and the others. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He was indeed injured by Han Ming earlier, but he didn't know why Han Ming didn't kill him. In fact, Han Ming didn't even seriously injure him. He had been healing himself on the ground. Of course, there was another reason why he waited until now to make a move. He was afraid. He was afraid that Han Ming wouldn't go far. He was afraid that Han Ming would suddenly come back. Until just now, he finally made a move. Firstly, Han Ming had been gone for a while and hadn't shown up. He must have really left. Secondly, if he didn't make a move, Lu Ming and the others would have taken all the treasures. First, it was the Chaos Ring. Now, it was the sacred weapon. Both of them were precious treasures. If Lu Ming and the others got the treasures and left, he would vomit blood. Therefore, he couldn't help but make a move. Meanwhile, the other heavenly humans weren't just standing around. Just now, Lu Ming and Xianxia were sent flying by Yiwu. Naturally, the Great Seal and Heavenly Demon Territory were broken. The heavenly humans moved quickly and set up 9 battle formations. "Kill!" the heavenly humans shouted. They formed a huge battle sword and slashed at Anya Rose, Wan Shun, and the others. Anya Rose, Wan Shun, and the others wanted to take the last 2 sacred weapons. Their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't care less about the sacred weapons. They quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Following this, the celestial race's Nine Heavens battle formation released a powerful energy and grabbed at the last two divine weapons. The celestial race put away the last two divine weapons and temporarily placed them in the hands of two third-layer divine lord experts. Now that Hunming isn't here, who can save you? Yiwu swept his cold gaze over Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest. In the end, his gaze landed on Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, greed, and desire. No, maybe all of this is a blessing and not a curse for me. I already have enough experience infusing with taboo energy. I'll capture you, bring you back to the heavenly palace, and extract your taboo energy. Then I'll be able to fuse with the complete taboo energy. Ha! Yiwu sneered. He took a step toward Lu Ming. His aura became stronger and stronger. Boom! Boom! He punched out with both fists. The heavenly punishment energy turned into fist energy and bombarded Lu Ming and Xianxia. Ha! Lu Ming shouted. He waved the obsidian staff and attacked continuously. The sky was filled with staff shadows. Xianxia also attacked with all his strength. He controlled the Black Lotus. The petals of the Black Lotus flew out. Each petal turned into a powerful weapon and flew toward Yiwu. The attacks of the two sides collided in the air, creating a violent shockwave. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were still no match for Yiwu. They were forced to retreat. This guy is really strong. Even without the forbidden energy, Lu Ming's mind raced. Yiwu is definitely a top genius. He was extremely powerful. If he was in the Divine Emperor realm, his combat strength would not be weaker than the average heavenly princess. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully fuse with half of the forbidden energy. Therefore, although he was also a third-level divine master, his combat strength was much stronger than the other third-level divine masters of the heavenly human tribe. On the other side, the Nine Heavens battle formation set up by the other heavenly human tribe members did not stay idle. They formed a huge heavenly human tribe king. He held a huge battle sword. When he swung the battle sword, the sky was filled with sword energy. The sword energy slashed toward Anya Rose, Deep Jinni, Wan Shun, and Autumn Moon. Other than Xianxia and Lu Ming, everyone was enveloped in the sword energy. Anya Rose, Wan Shun, and the others gave up fighting and joined forces. However, they were still no match for Yiwu. They were forced to retreat. On Anya Rose's side, one of the geniuses was careless and had his forehead pierced by sword energy. He died instantly. A top genius was killed just like that. The Nine Heavens battle formation of the heavenly human tribe contained 2 third-level divine masters, 7 second-level divine masters, and nearly 209th-level divine emperors. These were all seniors who had cultivated for many years and were very powerful. When they set up the Nine Heavens battle formation together, its power was even more shocking. It was not something that Anya Rose and the others could fight against. Seeing this, Yiwu's smile widened. So what if you have the treasure? In the end, it will fall into my hands. Little bastards, I'll send you on your way. Yiwu sneered. A gray energy appeared on his left hand. This was the heavenly extermination energy. Obviously, Yiwu also controlled 2 types of heavenly powers. He held the heavenly punishment energy in one hand and the heavenly extermination energy in the other. He charged toward Lu Ming and Xianxia again. Battle Character Manual, 8 times combat strength. Lu Ming shouted in his mind. In his sea of consciousness, the Battle Character Manual gave off a hazy glow. The power in Lu Ming's body increased by another notch. This was 8 times the combat strength of the Battle Character Manual. That's right. For such a long time, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only been focused on comprehending his secret skills and improving his cultivation level. Whenever he had time, he would also comprehend the Battle Character Manual. He could have triggered the Battle Character Manual to increase his combat strength by 7 times a long time ago. Even if the Battle Character Manual increased his combat strength by 8 times, there was still a 10% chance of triggering it. He had been trying to trigger it earlier and had finally succeeded. Boom! The mysterious ice rod became extremely large and smashed toward Yiwu. At the same time, Xianxia also attacked. The heavenly punishment energy and heavenly extermination energy collided with the mysterious ice rod and the black lotus, turning the void into a chaotic mess. The energy blasted the ground, causing it to explode continuously. The ancient buildings crumbled one after another. If the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had been at its peak, their attack power would not have been able to destroy the buildings or cause any damage. However, after such a long time, the Life Spirit Heavenly Court had become much weaker and was about to decay. But soon, Xianxia retreated, blood flowing from his mouth. Although Lu Ming had blocked most of the force, Yiwu's combat strength had increased after using 2 types of heavenly powers. He was no longer someone Xianxia could fight against. Even Lu Ming's blood was boiling. On the other side, Wan Shun, Autumn Moon, and the others were in even more danger. They had been forced to the point where they could not fight back. All they could do was defend. Moreover, even if they defended, they did not feel like they could last much longer. Chapter 4498. Xianxia, come and help us. Otherwise, if we die, you won't be able to leave either. Dark Knight, Rose shouted. She and Xianxia could only fight against the 9 Heavens battle formation if they worked together. They couldn't fight against the heavenly human race's 9 Heavens battle formation alone. Xianxia hesitated. She wanted to stay and help Lu Ming, but on the other side, the 10,000 gods and Autumn Moon were in danger. If she didn't work together with Dark Knight Rose, the 10,000 gods and Autumn Moon would be in danger. Little Qing, go and work with her. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia. But this guy, Xianxia looked at Yiwu. Yiwu was too strong. She was afraid that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to stop him alone. Don't worry, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. I might even be able to kill him. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Of course, it wasn't Xiao. Xiao was only at the 9th level of the Divine God Realm. Lu Ming wouldn't let him fight. As for Guillemot, he couldn't help much either. His trump card was his origin energy and the second move of his self-created secret technique, the Desolate Style. There was also the Purple Copper Coffin. Lu Ming would take out the Purple Copper Coffin if he couldn't do it. However, the Purple Copper Coffin was too strange. Ever since his past self was sucked into the Purple Copper Coffin, he had been traumatized by it. He didn't want to take out the Purple Copper Coffin unless he had no other choice. Also, taking out the Purple Copper Coffin at the drop of a hat would not help him train. Seeing Lu Ming's confident expression, Xianxia finally nodded and flew toward Dark Knight Rose. You still want to help? Do you think I'm not here? Yiwu shouted coldly. A battle sword appeared in his hand. It was also a top-tier divine weapon. He slashed it towards Xianxia. However, Lu Ming had his eyes on Yiwu from the start. As soon as Yiwu moved, Lu Ming moved as well. He swept the Bingxian staff horizontally and blocked Yiwu's sword. You still want to stop, Xiaoqing? Do you think I don't exist? Lu Ming followed suit and said coldly. Ha! Yiwu laughed coldly and said, so what if we let her go? Would they be able to fight against the 9 Heavens battle formation with her help? How naive. However, he was immediately rendered speechless. This was because Xianxia had already arrived and was cooperating with Dark Knight Rose to perform a joint attack. A Black Lotus and a Heaven-devouring Rose, one on top and one on the bottom, exploded with astonishing field energy enveloping the entire 9 Heavens battle formation. The power of the field energy had an incomparably powerful destructive power. Ordinary experts would be turned into ashes in an instant if they were inside it. Now, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose had both broken through to the Divine Master Realm. They were the first to break through to the Divine Master Realm, which meant that they had cultivated in the Divine Creation Formation for hundreds of years after breaking through to the Divine Master Realm. Their cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Although they hadn't broken through to the 2nd level of the Divine Master Realm, they had almost reached the peak of the 1st level. Now, the joint attack that the two of them performed was even more terrifying. It was many times stronger than when they were in the Divine Emperor realm. If a third-level heavenly human expert was enveloped by the joint attack, he would be killed in an instant. Even a fourth-level Divine Master would be injured or even killed if they were enveloped by the joint attack. Therefore, the 9 heavens battle formation of the heavenly human tribe kept shaking. The heavenly human tribe king kept swinging his battle sword, but he couldn't break through the joint attack of the two. The two of them were in a stalemate. The others heaved a sigh of relief and had time to catch their breath. Yiwu was dumbfounded. Although he knew that Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose had a joint attack, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then he exploded with killing intent. "I'll kill you first, then I'll break their joint attack." Yiwu shouted and charged at Lu Ming. The two supreme heavenly powers were activated to the extreme. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He waved the obsidian staff and charged at Yiwu. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged rapid blows. Lu Ming kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it wasn't a one-sided battle. He could barely block Yiwu's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Primitive style. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming used the primitive style. A boundless continent suddenly appeared, exuding a vast and majestic aura. It pressed down on Yiwu. Boom! Yiwu held the combat sword in his hand and slashed at the continent, causing a deafening explosion. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the continent. Finally, it exploded with a bang. However, the Great Desolation style was made up of all kinds of secret arts, and it was modeled after the Great Desolation era. It contained the boundless might of the Great Desolation era, and when it burst forth, it was so powerful that even Yiwu was forced to retreat. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and stepped into the void. The obsidian staff flew out of his hand and smashed toward Yiwu. As for Lu Ming, he continued to use the primeval style to attack Yiwu. The continent continued to condense and covered a large area of the void. It was like a world pressing down on Yiwu. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen on the continent. It was a breathtaking sight and contained infinite power. Yiwu's face was solemn. He shouted and pushed his strength to the extreme. The two supreme heavenly powers intertwined and activated the combat sword to fight Lu Ming. However, Yiwu's combat strength at its peak was not wasted. Half of the taboo energy in his body was drained, which had a great impact on him. Otherwise, with his combat strength, Lu Ming would not be able to fight him who was 2 levels above him. However, Lu Ming could do it now. The two of them exchanged another blow. They were evenly matched and retreated. Then, they clashed again. "I have to end this quickly. I have to catch him off guard." Lu Ming thought to himself. Whether it was activating the obsidian staff or the primitive style, it consumed a lot of taboo energy. Although he had reached the Divine Master realm and his combat strength had increased tremendously, he could not withstand such consumption. However, if he wanted to defeat Yiwu, he had to catch him off guard. He only had one chance, and that was the origin energy. Primitive style. Lu Ming bellowed and launched another primeval style. After exchanging a blow with Yiwu, he retreated continuously. At the same time, the Bingxian rod also flew back. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the Bingxian rod. He then threw it out abruptly. When Lu Ming threw out the Bingxian rod this time, he infused the power of origin in the origin seed into the Bingxian rod. However, it did not explode. While throwing out the mysterious ice rod, Lu Ming arched his body and shot toward Yiwu like a beam of rainbow light. His hands moved at lightning speed, activating the primeval style. The obsidian staff was about to hit Yiwu's head. Yiwu swung his combat sword and slashed at the obsidian staff. Just like before, Yiwu did not use his full strength. He wanted to use more of his strength to deal with Lu Ming's next move. However, the origin seed in the obsidian staff exploded. Chapter 4499. The origin energy was hidden in the obsidian staff. It only erupted when the obsidian staff clashed with Yiwu's sword. The origin energy ignited a sliver of the obsidian staff's power, causing it to skyrocket. The obsidian staff was one of the best source-grade divine weapons. Lu Ming and the others couldn't unleash the true power of the source-grade divine weapon. They could only unleash a sliver of its power. Source-grade divine weapons contained origin imprints. Only reciprocity cultivators could unleash their true power. This was because origin realm existences could control origin energy. Lu Ming's control over origin energy was too weak. He could only unleash a sliver of the obsidian staff's power, but it was enough. The obsidian staff unleashed a shocking power that shattered Yi Wu's attack. The sword in Yi Wu's hand was also a source-grade divine weapon, but it trembled and flew out of his hand. Spurt! Yi Wu's body shook violently. He was sent flying like a meteor as he coughed up blood. His arms had exploded from the recoil of the weapon. His body was also injured in many places. His neck was broken. Not only that, but the obsidian staff also contained a terrifying power of ice. It covered his entire body, trying to freeze him. Block it! Block it! Block it for me! Yi Wu roared as he unleashed the heavenly force in his body to block the terrifying power of ice. However, Lu Ming's follow-up attack arrived at the same time. He used the primeval desolation style. A continent formed and crashed down on Yi Wu. Despair filled Yi Wu's eyes. He could only watch as the continent crashed down on him. He couldn't stop it. Boom! Yi Wu was hit by the continent. He screamed as his body slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Yi Wu wasn't dead yet, but he was severely injured. His body was in tatters. His foundation had been damaged. The universe bridge in his dantian had many cracks, so he couldn't muster any strength. He couldn't fight anymore. However, Lu Ming was still worried. He swooped down and used the Great Sealing technique to seal Yi Wu. Only then did he rush to the battlefield where Xianxia and the others were fighting. How is this possible? At this moment, the heavenly humans were extremely shocked. Lu Ming had actually defeated Yi Wu. They were well aware of how talented Yi Wu was. If Yi Wu hadn't spent so much time and energy to fuse with the forbidden power, his cultivation level would have been higher than the third-level Divine Master Realm. Such a powerful person had actually been defeated by Lu Ming, a first-layer Divine Master. This shattered their understanding of the world. The members of the heavenly human tribe were shocked, while Xianxia, the myriad god tribe, and the others were overjoyed. Boom! Lu Ming made his move. He wielded the obsidian staff and attacked the heavenly human tribe's 9 heavens battle formation. When a mysterious ice staff entered the range of Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose's combined attack, it did not affect him at all. Of course, this was controlled by Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose. Then, the mysterious ice staff crashed into the heavenly human tribe monarch formed by the 9 heavens battle formation. With a loud boom, the heavenly human tribe monarch's body shook violently, and the light on his body dimmed. Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose took advantage of this and attacked the heavenly human tribe monarch. The light on the heavenly human tribe monarch grew dimmer and dimmer, as if he would collapse at any moment. Steady, steady, you must steady yourself. Attack with all your might. Charge toward the east. The 2 third-level Divine Master heavenly humans roared. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others had exceeded their expectations. Now, they could only rely on the 9 heavens battle formation. Without the 9 heavens battle formation, they were no match for Lu Ming and the others. They would be crushed mercilessly. All the heavenly human tribe members roared angrily. They burned the power of heaven and activated the 9 heavens battle formation with all their might. The light on the heavenly human tribe monarch brightened again. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming attacked again. The mysterious ice staff struck down, causing the heavenly human tribe monarch to tremble violently. Among them, the 9th-level divine gods trembled violently, and some even spat out blood. They had to defend against Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose's combined attack and Lu Ming's attack at the same time. It was too difficult. At the same time, Wan Shun, Autumn Moon, Di Jinni, and the others also attacked the 9 heavens battle formation with all their might. Although their combat strength was not as strong as Lu Ming's, they still brought great pressure to the heavenly human tribe. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not speak. He only activated the mysterious ice staff and attacked continuously. The heavenly human tribe members burned the power of heaven and fought with all their might. However, their power of heaven was limited, especially the 9th-level divine gods of the heavenly human tribe. They could not even withstand the rebounding power. Their faces were pale and blood was seeping out of the corners of their mouths. The power in their bodies was getting weaker and weaker. Break! Lu Ming let out a long cry and made a move with all his might. At the same time, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose also used all their strength to maximize the power of their combined attack. Boom! This time, the huge body of the heavenly human king that was formed by the heavenly human king directly exploded. Many cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer gave horrible shrieks. Their bodies exploded and they died. There were close to 209th layer God Emperor experts of the heavenly human clan, and at least 50 of them had died. The others were also injured. The 9 heavens battle formation had been broken. However, at this moment, Xianxia and Dark Knight Rose also trembled. Blood flowed out of their mouths as they staggered backward. The two of them had been using their combined attack with all their strength. After persisting for so long, they had reached the end of their rope. The energy in their bodies was about to be exhausted. With the disappearance of the joint attack, the heavenly humans seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. Run! Spread out! Many heavenly humans roared. The remaining 150 to 60 heavenly human tribe powerful beings fled in all directions. You want to leave? Stay. Stop them. The 10,000 deities, Autumn Moon, and the others shouted as they chased after the heavenly humans. Try to keep them alive. I have something to ask them, Lu Ming said to the 10,000 deities and the others. His body did not stop as he charged at the 2 third-layer divine masters. The 2 third-layer divine masters paled as they fled in 2 different directions. None of you can escape from me. Lu Ming snorted as he threw the obsidian staff at one of the third-layer divine masters. The obsidian staff tore through the void with incredible speed. It caught up to the third-layer divine master in an instant and swung at his body. Now that Lu Ming had activated the battle incantation, his combat strength had increased by 8 times. His strength was at its peak, and he was able to fight Yi Wu. The 3rd-tier divine master, heavenly human, was unable to withstand the blow. He was sent flying by the cudgel and smashed into the ground in the distance. His body was severely damaged by the powerful force, and he was sealed in ice by a gust of cold energy. As for Lu Ming himself, he had caught up with another 3rd-level divine master expert. End of this chapter. Chapter 4500. Lu Ming caught up with the other 3rd-tier divine master expert and directly used the heaven-breaking move, piercing through the person's dantian and crippling his cultivation. The 2 third-level divine master realm experts from the heavenly human tribe were killed instantly. They couldn't resist Lu Ming's attack at all. Not far away, Anya Rose, Di Jinny, Ling Heng, and the others saw this, and their faces were solemn. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming's fighting power is getting more and more terrifying. No one can stop him. If Yi Qiuxian can't catch up, he will be left behind. It's the sorrow of other geniuses to be born in the same era as him. Ling Heng sighed. He was originally the number 1 on the universe genius list, overlooking countless geniuses in the universe. Not many of the previous number 1 on the universe genius list were as powerful as him. He used to be confident that he wouldn't be afraid even if it was the heavenly human tribe's heavenly princess. In the history of the universe, how many people could fight against the heavenly sons and heavenly daughters? He was high-spirited and thought that there were only a handful of people in the universe who could match him. He could only look for them in the heavenly human tribe. However, the battle in Taishang Immortal City had a huge impact on him. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Anya Rose, Wan Shun, one after another, they weren't from the heavenly human tribe, but they displayed terrifying strength. All of them were stronger and more powerful than him. In addition, Deep Jinny, Een Juling, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others were all outstanding geniuses in the universe. They weren't any weaker than him. This made him realize that he had been a frog in a well. That was why he joined Dark Knight, rose in the end, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Now that he saw Lu Ming's fighting power, he felt a sense of helplessness. How could he catch up with such a freak? How could he surpass him? Crack! Deep Jinny clenched his fists, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Lu Ming's rise is unstoppable. Don't offend him in the future. Now let's leave quickly. This place has nothing to do with us. Dark Knight, Rose's voice rang in Di Jinny, Ling Hung, Een Juling, and the others' ears. Then, their figures flickered and disappeared. Lu Ming knew that Dark Knight Rose and the others had left, but he didn't stop them. After Lu Ming suppressed the 2 third-layer Divine Master existences, he didn't stop at all. He continued to attack the other members of the heavenly human race. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly humans were crushed to the ground like raindrops, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming didn't kill these heavenly humans. He still had questions for them. Myriad God and Autumn Moon joined forces to suppress the heavenly human tribe members. Because Xianxia had lost too much power, he was already powerless to attack. However, he was still able to protect himself. A heavenly human tribe cultivator wanted to take Xianxia as a hostage, but he was killed by her with a single strike. The other members of the heavenly human tribe could only give up on the idea. However, there were too many people from the heavenly human tribe. There were a total of 150 to 60 of them who were fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming, Wan Shun, and Xiu could not suppress all of them. In the end, about 50 heavenly human tribe members were suppressed. They were severely injured and couldn't move. The other members of the heavenly human tribe had fled. Swoosh! Lu Ming landed in front of a third-tier Divine Master Elder. He grabbed the air with his hand and grabbed the storage ring of the Elder. He remembered that this person had obtained 2 divine weapons of the Divine Hall. He scanned the storage ring with his spiritual consciousness. As expected, he saw 2 divine weapons in the storage ring. The Elder looked at Lu Ming in horror. He knew that since he had fallen into Lu Ming's hands, his fate wouldn't be good. Therefore, he didn't beg for mercy. You're a smart person. Now that you've fallen into my hands, only death awaits you. However, if you honestly answer a few of my questions, I can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Lu Ming said coldly. Ask away. If I can answer, I will naturally answer. If I can't, even if I want to die, I won't answer, the third-layer Divine Master said. I won't answer, the third-layer Divine Master expert said. Those who had lived to this age and reached this level of cultivation all had extremely firm wills. All right, let me ask you, have you seen this woman before? Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman glowed, and a portrait appeared in the air. It was a woman. Naturally, it was Ling Yue. From the looks of it, she's from the fairy race. This woman looks familiar. Right, she seems to be the fairy princess. The third-layer Divine Master Heavenly Human muttered. Lu Ming's heart sank. You've seen her before? I mean, have you seen her in the Life Soul Heavenly Court? I've seen her portrait in the Dream Divine Jade, but I've never seen her in the Life Soul Heavenly Court. The third-layer Divine Master shook his head. You've never seen her before? But her Life Soul Origin Stone fragment is in the hands of the celestial race. Lu Ming said coldly. I've been setting up a protective array to refine the Life Soul Origin Stone fragment. Those who went to seize it were first-layer Divine Masters and second-layer Divine Masters, as well as God Emperors. If you want to ask this, you can ask them. The third-layer Divine Master, Tao of Existence. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat gloomy. In the end, he walked up to his second-layer Divine Master Heavenly Human. When Lu Ming attacked, just now, he had specifically targeted the Divine Masters. Therefore, other than the 2 third-layer Divine Masters, there were 3 other Divine Masters left behind by Lu Ming. Have you seen her in the Life Soul Heavenly Court? Lu Ming asked, pointing at Ling Yue's portrait. No, the other party replied. No, but her life soul origin stone fragment is in your hands. Lu Ming said coldly, his expression dark. So what if it's in our hands? We killed a group of people and seized their life soul origin stone fragments, but not all of them were obtained by killing people. 2 of them were ownerless and were flying around this ancient city. We just happened to bump into them. The second layer divine master, heavenly human, looked at Lu Ming without any fear in his eyes. Ownerless, Lu Ming frowned, and then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He remembered the abnormality of the life soul origin stone fragment. It was the life soul origin stone fragment that had flown in this direction. He had come here to pursue it. If he had other matters to attend to and didn't have the time to chase after the life soul origin stone fragment, he wouldn't have come here. Could it be that Ling Yue was delayed by other matters and didn't chase after the life soul origin stone fragment? Of course, this was only Lu Ming's guess. He wasn't sure. Next, Lu Ming asked another heavenly human, and the answers he received were similar. After that, Lu Ming asked more than 10 people, and they all said that they had never seen Ling Yue. Perhaps Ling Yue was really delayed by something and didn't come here. Lu Ming pondered, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Lu Ming, how should we deal with these people? The myriad god asked. Kill, Lu Ming said coldly. Chapter 45:01. Not long after, Lu Ming and the other 3 headed toward the periphery of the life-spirit heavenly court. As for the heavenly humans, Wan Shun took care of them all, including Yi Wu, who was also killed by Wan Shun. The primordial divine spirits and the heavenly human tribe were mortal enemies. The myriad gods were born from the essence, chi, and spirit of dozens of primordial divine spirits. They were born to hate the heavenly human tribe and would not rest until the heavenly human tribe was dead. Therefore, he never showed mercy to the heavenly human tribe. After killing the heavenly humans and taking their storage rings, Lu Ming and the others prepared to leave the life-spirit heavenly court. After all, the news that some of the heavenly humans had escaped would spread quickly. It was not good to stay here for long. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip. Their cultivation had soared, and they had broken through to the Divine Master Realm. In the primitive universe, the Divine Master Realm was a threshold. Only when one reached the Divine Master Realm could one truly enter the ranks of the top experts in the universe. This time, they could be said to have entered the ranks of the top experts in the universe. Moreover, their greatest gain was the treasures. Each of them had obtained an origin divine weapon. Xianxia had obtained a silver mace. Autumn Moon had obtained a soft whip. Wan Shun had obtained a halberd. They were all the Life Spirit Heavenly Court's 18 Guardian Divine weapons and were considered the top among the Origin Divine weapons. Lu Ming's gain was, of course, the greatest. Not only did he break through, but he also comprehended the second secret technique of his own, the primitive style. In addition, he had obtained the primitive ring, a treasure of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. He had also obtained 5 of the Palace Guardian Divine weapons. Yes, 5 of them. 4 of them were snatched from the 2 third-level Divine Masters of the Heavenly Humans. The 2 third-level Divine Masters of the Heavenly Humans had each obtained one of the 12 Palace Guardian Divine weapons when they first fought over them. Later, the 2 extra weapons were also taken by the 2 of them after Yi Wu made a move. In the end, Lu Ming benefited from all of them. Lu Ming had also taken them out and planned to share them with Xianxia, Wan Shun, and Autumn Moon. However, the 3 of them shook their heads. They had obtained one, which was more than enough. They were all attack-type, soul-grade divine weapons. One was enough, and more wouldn't be of much use. They didn't have enough energy to activate them, so they left them with Lu Ming for the time being. Apart from these gains, Lu Ming also obtained quite a number of broken divine weapons, which could be used as Qiuqiu's rations. This trip could be said to be a great harvest. However, Lu Ming was worried about Ling Yue's safety. It was not difficult for them to return. They had memorized Chu Yi's map before. According to Chu Yi's map, they would not lose their way. In addition, there was no danger, so they were very fast. It didn't take long for them to leave the life spirit heavenly court and enter the thick fog. A few days later, they left the fog and headed towards the Heaven Destroyer. The life spirit heavenly court was originally in the ruins of the universe, so it wasn't too far away from the Heaven Destroyer. After some time, they returned to the Heaven Destroyer. As soon as they returned to the Heaven Destroyer, Lu Ming and the others immediately went to look for Fei Huang. Lu Ming had two main purposes for looking for Fei Huang. Firstly, regarding Ling Yue, he wanted to ask Fei Huang to use some resources to investigate Ling Yue's safety. Secondly, it was about the life spirit. The master of the life spirit heavenly court was not dead. The taboo power had fused into one and was reborn. This was a big deal. For someone like the master of the life spirit heavenly court, once he recovered to his peak, he had the ability to overturn the universe. He had to inform Fei Huang and the others as soon as possible so that they could prepare countermeasures. It would be best to pull the other party into their camp. However, before they arrived at the place where Fei Huang was cultivating in seclusion, they met an old acquaintance. Yi Ling, it seems like you guys have made a wasted trip looking for Senior Fei Huang. Senior Fei Huang has something to do and left. Yi Ling said. Senior Fei Huang left? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. It's because of a big matter that has something to do with you. I've been looking for you for a long time, but you haven't been around during this period of time, Yi Ling said. It has something to do with me. What is it? Lu Ming was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. It's about the space-time spirit rats and the World Turtle Clan. The Heavenly Palace has made a move against these two clans. They want to destroy the two clans or leave a part of them behind to completely control the two clans. Yi Ling said, What? Lu Ming, Xianxia, Wan Shun, and Xiu were all shocked. Lu Ming was even more shocked. The Heavenly Palace dared to make a move against the World Turtle Clan and the space-time spirit rats. It must be because of him. In the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Bubbles and Dandan had helped him deal with the heavenly human race. He did not expect the heavenly human race to be so ruthless and decisive. They actually wanted to destroy the two clans. Also, how were Bubbles and Dandan? Lu Ming was extremely worried. Lu Ming, you don't have to worry too much. The space-time spirit rats and the World Turtle Clan seemed to have guessed that they would be in big trouble, so they contacted us in advance and wanted to join forces with us. Yi Ling said. The space-time spirit rats and the World Turtle Clan want to join forces with the Heaven Destroyer? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was beyond his expectations. That's right. In fact, you don't know. The space-time spirit rats have long wanted to join forces with us, but they haven't made up their minds. This time, we forced them to make a decision. After receiving the news from the two clans, Senior Fei Huang and the others went to support the two clans as they retreated to the universe ruins. With many senior experts supporting them, I think the two clans will be fine, Yi Ling said. Hearing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The two clans were one step ahead of time and passed the news to the Heaven Destroyer. With Fei Huang and the others supporting them, they should be fine and could safely retreat to the universe ruins. This was even better. Now, Lu Ming and the Heavenly Palace were on opposite sides. They would not rest until one of them was dead. As for Dandan, his relationship with Bubbles had always been a big rock in his heart. He was afraid that the Heavenly Palace would deal with Dandan and Bubbles because of him. Now that the two clans had joined forces with the Heaven Destroyer and arrived at the universe ruins, they did not have to be afraid that the heavenly human race would deal with Bubbles and Dandan. Lu Ming, you guys can wait here with peace of mind. I believe that it won't be long before Senior Fei Huang and the others return, Yi Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and Wan Shun returned to their residence. The four of them took out their god weapons and began to refine them. Without refining them, it was difficult to control and exert their power. Lu Ming also took out his long spear. The long spear was golden as if it was cast from gold. Lu Ming played with it for a while and showed a satisfied look. He still preferred the spear type of weapon. It was time for the Ice Mystic Rod to retire. Immediately, Lu Ming began to refine it. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was not difficult to refine the long spear. Soon after, it was refined by Lu Ming. Chapter 4502 War God Spear. After refining the golden spear, a name automatically appeared in Lu Ming's mind. It was the name of the spear. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and stabbed it a few times, piercing a few pitch-black holes in the space. However, Lu Ming had excellent control of his power. The space was pierced, but there wasn't much movement. Soon, the pitch-black holes in the space automatically healed and disappeared. Then, with a thought, the War God Spear turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. The next moment, a ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. This was one of the 4 supreme treasures of the Heavenly Court. How mysterious would it be if it was above the 18 divine weapons? Lu Ming began to refine it. A day later, Lu Ming stopped refining. His face was a little surprised. It's so difficult to refine. It's many times harder than the divine weapons, Lu Ming muttered, but his eyes were filled with joy. The harder it was to refine, the more mysterious the Great Desolation Ring was. Continue. Lu Ming continued to refine it, and the forbidden power was constantly injected into the Great Desolation Ring. Just like that, a few more days passed, and Lu Ming finally refined the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming quickly probed with his spirit sense. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a boundless continent. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide. This was naturally formed by his spirit sense, but there was no difference between his senses and his body. What entered his eyes was a boundless continent. There was actually a continent inside the Great Desolation Ring. This continent exuded an unbelievable aura. Ancient, grand, vast, majestic, heavy. Lu Ming felt that it was difficult to find words to describe this continent. Moreover, the aura that this continent gave him was very similar to the universe ruins and the Taishang Immortal City. However, whether it was the universe ruins or the grand supreme immortal city, their auras were not as strong as this continent. Could this be the great desolate continent? Lu Ming suddenly had a thought. He was somewhat flabbergasted. At the same time, he was shocked by his own thoughts. The primeval continent was hidden in this world? That's impossible. Wasn't the great desolate continent destroyed in the last era? Lu Ming immediately rejected this idea. The reason for that was because even though the continent in the Great Desolation Ring was enormous and appeared to be boundless, there was actually a limit to it. Lu Ming had already refined the Great Desolation Ring. As the owner of the Great Desolation Ring, he could clearly sense the size of this continent. The area of this continent was very large, 10 times larger than the Dragon Clan's mother planet. However, it was definitely not the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. In the previous era, the Eldritch continent contained all the stars and energy in the universe ruins and the Eldritch universe. It was so huge that it was comparable to many Dragon Mother planets. No, it's not the Great Desolate Continent. Perhaps it was refined from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent, Lu Ming guessed in his heart. This ring was called the Great Desolation Ring, which explained a lot of things. However, everything was just Lu Ming's guess. There was no other information. He would have to ask the life spirit of the Heavenly Court in the future. What a rich energy. Is this energy the Great Desolation Shi? Lu Ming muttered and observed carefully. This continent was filled with rich energy. This energy was very similar to the Great Desolation Shi in the Grand Supreme Immortal City. On the continent, there were mountains, rivers, and ancient trees. It was full of vitality. There were even many heavenly treasures growing in the mountains. Ancient trees and spirit herbs were everywhere. However, other than that, Lu Ming didn't see any other living beings. There was no living being on this continent, not even a mosquito. Treasure, it's really a treasure. If I cultivate here, my cultivation level will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, it's not very useful to me. Lu Ming thought. The Great Desolation Ring was definitely a rare treasure. If he let other people cultivate here, their cultivation speed would definitely increase rapidly. The manifestation realm was too good. It really seemed like the Great Desolation continent of the previous epic. However, that was only for those below the Divine Master Realm. It was not very useful for those above the Divine Master Realm. No, it might not be useless to me. Suddenly, Lu Ming had a flash of inspiration. The second secret technique that he comprehended, the Great Desolation style, was based on the Great Desolation continent. When executed, it would form a Great Desolation continent to suppress the enemy. However, that Great Desolation continent was only Lu Ming's imagination. Hence, the Great Desolation continent that he formed lacked spirituality. The mountains and rivers on it were also blurry. If the continent in the Great Desolation Ring was really made from the fragments of the Great Desolation continent, Lu Ming could use the Great Desolation Ring as a template to continue comprehending the Great Desolation style and perfect it. He could make the Great Desolation style continuously stronger. Could this be the reason why the life spirit of the Heavenly Court left the Great Desolation Ring to Lu Ming? The life spirit had taken away the other 3 great treasures of the Heavenly Court, but it had left the Great Desolation Ring to Lu Ming. It was not unreasonable. The continent in the Great Desolation Ring was completely different from the floating continent fragments in the universe ruins. Although the floating continent fragments in the universe ruins were formed after the Great Desolation continent collapsed, too much time had passed and the epics had changed. They had long decayed and changed. They had long lost the charm of the Great Desolation continent and had become some dead continents. However, the continent in the Great Desolation Ring was like a miniature version of the Great Desolation continent. It was alive. Although he did not know how the life spirit of the Heavenly Court was refined, he did not know. Perhaps the life spirit was not refined by the life spirit of the Heavenly Court, but obtained by him. He did not know any of this. Not bad, not bad. This Great Desolation Ring is very useful to me. Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. He had family and friends. In the past, he had wandered everywhere. His family and friends were either in the chaotic astral river or in the corners of the Taishu dynasty. They did not have a good cultivation environment. Lu Ming had never gone back to visit them, mainly to protect them. The Taishu dynasty or the chaotic astral river were too remote. He did not leave any clues when he came out. The Heavenly Palace might not be able to find him. However, once he returned, he would leave behind clues that could be captured by the Heavenly Palace. However, it was different with the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming planned to go back when he was free and send his family and friends into the Great Desolation Ring. Then, he would bring them to the universe ruins. However, Lu Ming still had a question in his heart. Was the Great Desolation Ring only used for this? After all, the Great Desolation Ring was one of the life spirit's 4 great treasures of the Heavenly Court. If it only had these functions, it felt a little lacking. The life spirit was one of the 4 great treasures of the Heavenly Court. It was the top treasure in the universe. Even the Origin Realm experts would be jealous and fight over it. It could only be used to nurture existences below the Divine Master Realm. It did not seem to be worthy of the title of 4 great treasures. Chapter 45:03. Legend had it that the life spirit was one of the 4 great treasures of the Heavenly Court. It was extremely useful to reciprocity cultivators. Even reciprocity cultivators would covet it and fight for it with their lives. However, looking at the effects of the Chaos Ring, it did not seem to be worthy of being one of the 4 great treasures. At the very least, reciprocity cultivators would not fight for it because it was useless to them. Those from large organizations and clans would be tempted, but those lone reciprocity cultivators would not be interested at all. That was why Han Ming had given him the Chaos Ring to repay him for saving his life. Had the other 3 treasures been taken away? Or did the Chaos Ring have other uses that he had not discovered? Many thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Overall, the Chaos Ring had disappointed Lu Ming slightly because it did not meet his expectations. However, Lu Ming adjusted very quickly. At the very least, he could use it to nurture his family and friends. With a thought, the chaos ring turned into a streak of light and flew into his sea of consciousness. Oh, Yiling has sent a message. Lu Ming took out a communication jade talisman. This communication jade talisman had been refined by a reciprocity cultivator from the Heaven Destroyer. It could transmit messages very far away. Although it was not as profound as the illusory god jade from the Heavenly Palace, it was enough for normal use. Moreover, the illusory god jade could only be used in the Chaos Universe. Once he entered the Chaos Universe, the illusory god jade would be useless and the messages would be cut off. Lu Ming scanned the message in the jade talisman with his spiritual sense and was pleasantly surprised. The World Turtle and Space-Time Spiritual Mouse clans are here. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He opened the door and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw Xianxia, Qiu Moon, and Wan Shun walking out as well. Clearly, they had also received the message. The four of them flew towards where Fei Huang was cultivating. However, halfway there, they saw a wormhole suddenly appear in the distance. The wormhole was extremely large. Following that, figures flew out from it. They were from the World Turtle clan and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse clan. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. Needless to say, this wormhole was definitely opened up by a powerhouse of the Space-Time Spirit Mouse race. According to legend, the top experts of the Space-Time Spirit Mice were able to open up wormholes in the universe at will, and they were profound and unfathomable. Therefore, the Space-Time Spirit Mouse race had always been very mysterious in the universe and had a noble status. Although it wasn't one of the top 10 races, in many people's eyes, the Space-Time Spirit Mouse's status wasn't below the top 10 races. Xianxia, Myriad God, and Autumn Moon were also amazed. Although Myriad God also had the ability to open wormholes, it was still inferior to an expert like the Space-Time Spirit Mouse. The Myriad God's ability to open wormholes was inherited from a certain primordial god. He was not very proficient in it, and he was not very good at it to begin with. In the universe, Space-Time Spirit Mice are very useful. I really don't know if the Heavenly Palace has lost their minds. Why would they attack Space-Time Spirit Mice? Myriad God's Tao. He might not have lost his mind. It might have been premeditated. Lu Ming said. Oh, what do you mean? Myriad God's eyes flickered. The Space-Time Spirit Mouse race has long intended to join the Heaven Destroyer. Perhaps the Heavenly Palace has already heard some rumors. It's good that the Space-Time Spirit Mice can be used by themselves, but once they join the enemy, it will be a disaster. The Heavenly Palace is probably looking for a reason to get rid of the Space-Time Spirit Mice to prevent future trouble. Lu Ming analyzed. Myriad God and the others nodded. Perhaps this was the reason. Dandan, Bubbles. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he saw Dandan and Bubbles flying out of the wormhole. Lu Ming finally felt relieved. He was relieved that Dandan and Bubbles were fine. Lu Ming, big brother Lu Ming. Dandan and Bubbles also noticed Lu Ming and the others and quickly flew over. Lu Ming, something big has happened, Dandan shouted as soon as he arrived. I know that you are being hunted down by the Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, you are fine. Lu Ming smiled. It's not us, it's the elf race, Dandan said. What? The elf race? Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace also attacked the elf race? We received news that the Heavenly Palace sent an army to kill the elf race. They want to eliminate the elf race from the universe, Dandan said. Lu Ming's expression was extremely ugly. He asked, how is the elf race now? When we received the news, it was already too late. It is said that the elf race's mother planet has been breached. Countless elves have been killed. I'm afraid the destruction of the elf race is inevitable. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming's heart sank. He thought of how he had interrogated the celestial race in the Life Spirit Heavenly Court if he had seen Ling Yue. The people of the celestial race all said that they had not seen Ling Yue. Lu Ming had guessed at that time that perhaps Ling Yue had not gone to the Life Spirit Heavenly Court and had been delayed by something. From the looks of it, It was very likely that it was because of the Heavenly Palace's invasion of the elf race. The Heavenly Palace had attacked the elf race. Even if the Life Spirit Origin Stone fragment had undergone a mutation and flown away by itself, Ling Yue probably wouldn't have the mood to care about it. Then, how is Ling Yue now? Lu Ming took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and asked, "Do you guys have any news about the elf princess Ling Yue?" "No. It is said that the star fields where the elf race is located are in complete chaos. There are experts from the Heavenly Palace hunting the elf race everywhere. Fei Huang and some seniors of our two races have already rushed to the elf race. They want to save a portion of the elf race and bring them to the universe ruins. However, it is hard to say how many elves they can save." Dandan said, "Dandan, Bubbles, you guys can stay here and have a good rest. I still have things to do, so I won't entertain you guys." With that, Lu Ming turned around and left. "Lu Ming, I'll go with you." "Young master, wait for me." Xianxia and Autumn Moon called out one after another, following closely behind Lu Ming. They were very clear about Lu Ming's thoughts. They naturally knew that Lu Ming wanted to go to the elf race's star field alone to look for Ling Yue. "That's right, Lu Ming. Let's go together so that we can take care of each other." Myriad God also walked over. "Big brother Lu Ming, bring me along." Bubbles also flew over. "No, you guys can't go. Stay here." Lu Ming's face darkened as he said, "Right now, they were all thorns in the eyes of the Heavenly Palace, and the star fields where the elf race was located were filled with experts from the Heavenly Palace. Once they went over and were discovered by the Heavenly Palace, they would definitely be hunted down and killed. It would be extremely dangerous." Lu Ming didn't want Xianxia and the others to take the risk with him. However, he had to make this trip. He had to find Ling Yue, regardless of life or death. He had owed Ling Yue too much. It could be said that a large part of the reason why the elf race had encountered such a calamity was because of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was pretending to be Ling Yue's fiancé, the elf race wouldn't have been so close to him and wouldn't have been hated by the celestial race. Chapter 4504. "Why can't we go, but you can?" Xianxia said coldly. "Little Qing, why do you have to? I know that the elf race is in danger now, and you don't want us to take the risk together. But can we be at ease if you take the risk alone?" Xianxia said, staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. In the end, Lu Ming showed a helpless look. He walked over and pulled Xianxia and Autumn Moon's hands, saying, "All right, let's go together." Only then did Xianxia and Autumn Moon smile. However, at this moment, dense runes suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's palm. They crawled all over Xianxia and Qiuyu's bodies, shrouding them within. This was the Great Sealing Technique. Xianxia and Autumn Moon did not expect Lu Ming to attack them. Lu Ming suddenly performed the Great Sealing Technique. The two were not prepared at all and were sealed by the Great Sealing Technique. Then, Lu Ming reached out and pointed at Xianxia and Autumn Moon's bodies, sealing their cultivation. The two of them widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Wan Shun was shocked. "Wan Shun, I'll leave the two of them to you to take care of. You all stay here." Lu Ming said. "Brother Lu Ming, I want to go," Bubbles said. "You're not allowed to go." Lu Ming's face turned cold, and his voice became louder. "Ow!" Bubble let out an obedient howl, pouted, and stood at the side, not daring to make a sound. "Lu Ming, you must be careful. Don't force it," Dandan said. He knew Lu Ming very well. He knew that once Lu Ming decided on something, it would be useless even if others tried to persuade him otherwise. "Don't worry, I have mastered the Great Imitation Technique. The people of the Heavenly Palace might not be able to discover me," Lu Ming said. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Lu Ming flew towards the elves with all his might. Fortunately, this was only the edge of the universe ruins, not too far away from the primitive universe. After some time, Lu Ming arrived at the primitive universe. He had already turned into a middle-aged man. Not only had his appearance changed, but even his life origin aura had changed. This was the power of the Great Imitation Art. It could imitate anything that Lu Ming had ever seen, including the aura of the origin of life. This was Lu Ming's confidence. The fact that the Great Imitation Art was ranked in the top 3 of the 3,000 ancient secret skills was not just for show. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level, even divine masters would not be able to see through the Great Imitation Art, even if they were in close contact with him. Only those in the origin realm who observed with rapt attention would be able to see through the clues. However, how many people in the origin realm were there? After arriving at the primitive universe, there were wormholes that could be used. Lu Ming took a wormhole in a nearby star field and headed towards the elves. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the core star field of the elves. The elves occupied many star fields. However, the star field where the elves' mother planet was located was the core star field. It was also the star field where the elves had been passed down for countless years. It had the most elves and was the star field with the best development. Swish! Like a stream of light, Lu Ming dashed in the direction of the mother planet of the elves. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped above a huge star. This was a planet where the elves lived. However, this planet was almost completely destroyed now. Standing in the starry sky and looking at the planet, he found that the planet had completely turned into a purgatory. The planet was covered with huge craters. Huge cracks appeared on the continent on the planet. Magma was constantly spewing out and thick smoke was billowing. It was a scene of doomsday. There were no living creatures on the planet. There were corpses everywhere. They were all ordinary elves. Many of the corpses were swallowed by the magma and completely disappeared. Anger. Endless anger emerged from Lu Ming's heart. It was too cruel. The entire planet had been destroyed. The main reason was that most of the elves on it were ordinary elves with low cultivation. However, they were all killed. Lu Ming's spiritual sense covered the entire planet and found that there were no survivors. This was a true extermination. Even the ordinary civilians were not spared. Usually, in a war between races, the major forces would only kill the other side's experts. They would not deliberately kill the ordinary civilians. However, the Heavenly Palace had started a massacre. This was the method of the Heavenly Palace, the supreme force that controlled the universe. The Heavenly Palace, the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Then, his figure flashed and left this place. He continued to go to the elven mother planet. Along the way, he saw a few more planets with life of the elves, but they were all destroyed. Some of the planets were directly blown up. None of the living creatures on them were spared. The anger in Lu Ming's heart became stronger and stronger. The killing intent in his heart towards the heavenly human tribe also became stronger and stronger. Finally, a huge planet appeared in the starry sky in front of him. This planet was the Elven Mother Planet. The Elven Mother Planet was the same as the Dragon Mother Planet. It was also born at the beginning of the universe. It was sturdy and immortal. It was not blown up. However, it could be seen that the Elven Mother Planet was full of craters. Looking from afar, one could also see huge cracks. It seemed to be slashed out by sword chi. The Elven Palace. Lu Ming flashed and went to the Elven Palace. After a while, he arrived at the Elven Palace. At this moment, the Elven Palace was completely different from when Lu Ming came back. Back then, the Elven Palace was incomparably prosperous. There were elven ancient trees everywhere. Each elven ancient tree was at least 100 miles tall. Some were even 1,000 miles tall. The lush, ancient trees formed a forest. Countless elves lived on it. But now it was all destroyed. At a glance, all of the elven ancient trees were cut, smashed, and burned. The prosperous elven palace was gone forever. On the huge, ancient trees, there were elven corpses everywhere. Lu Ming's heart kept sinking. It was too late. It seemed that everything was too late. The elven race was completely destroyed. He still remembered that the elven race still owed him 100,000 elven wood cores. The elven emperor still owed him a favor. The past was vivid in his mind. When he came back, the world had changed. Things were still there, but people were different. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of the air being pierced rang out. Figures flew from afar, surrounded Lu Ming. They were people from the heavenly palace. A few of them were from the heavenly human tribe. The rest were heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals from the heavenly palace. There were people from all races. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The leader of the heavenly human tribe shouted and looked at Lu Ming with hostility. "What? This is not the territory of the heavenly human tribe. What's wrong with me coming to take a look?" Lu Ming replied coldly. "How dare you talk to a heavenly general like that? What kind of attitude is that? Slap yourself right now, and we can leave your corpse intact." A few heavenly soldiers immediately shouted. A few heavenly human tribe, heavenly generals sneered at Lu Ming. Chapter 45:05. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he started to release his powerful energy. It was the energy of a divine lord. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals felt as if they were being suppressed by dozens of planets. Their complexions changed drastically, becoming somewhat pale. Divine Lord, it's a divine lord. Some of the heavenly soldiers shouted in fear. The divine generals of the heavenly human race also looked pale. They were no longer as arrogant as before. "Senior Divine Lord, it's a misunderstanding. We thought you were a survivor of the fairy race. We'll leave now," a divine general of the heavenly human race said. The heavenly human race was the dominator of the universe and looked down on all the races in the universe. However, it was different when they faced a divine lord. A divine lord was already a top expert in the universe and stood at the top of the cultivation world. Even the heavenly human race had to be polite to a divine lord of another race, unless it was a divine lord of the heavenly human race. After all, a divine master was too powerful and could easily kill them. Being arrogant in the face of a divine master was akin to courting death. They would be slapped to death by a divine master. Besides, the heavenly human race wouldn't offend a divine lord for a few ordinary heavenly human race members. Once a divine lord became a divine lord, their status would be completely different. The divine generals of the heavenly human race were scared to death when they saw Lu Ming's divine lord energy. Misunderstanding? How is it a misunderstanding? I'm a friend of the fairy race, Lu Ming said coldly. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals were shocked. "Retreat," sent a message immediately and asked the divine lord to come here. The divine generals of the heavenly human race reacted quickly. They quickly retreated and shouted at the same time. "Retreat?" Lu Ming smiled coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He flicked his finger, and dozens of spear lights shot out from his fingertips toward the heavenly soldiers and divine generals. Poof, poof, poof. The gap between the heavenly soldiers and Lu Ming was too big. The strongest one was only a fourth-layer divine god. Even if Lu Ming only attacked casually, they wouldn't be able to resist it. One by one, they were pierced by the spear light and died on the spot. Only 3 heavenly human tribe divine generals survived, but their cultivations were also destroyed. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately spared their lives because he had something to ask. "I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll be begging for death." Lu Ming asked coldly. "How is the fairy emperor now?" "The elven king is dead. Only a few elves who were scattered all over the world are still alive. Now, the masters of the heavenly palace are surrounding you. You dared to kill the people of the heavenly palace. You will die sooner or later," a heavenly human divine general roared. He knew that he was going to die, so he was fearless. Moreover, Lu Ming's question wasn't secret, so it could hurt Lu Ming's feelings. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and his expression turned even uglier. If the elf emperor was dead, then what about Ling Yue? Lu Ming was still unwilling and continued to ask. "Then, what about the elf princess Ling Yue? How is he?" "Elf princess Ling Yue? I don't know. I've never seen him before, but he's probably the same as his father, killed by my heavenly palace in the chaos." "Ha ha! This is the fate of the elf clan who dares to offend my heavenly palace." Anyone who offends the heavenly palace will end up like this, and you are no exception. The heavenly human race divine general laughed. So much nonsense, Lu Ming said coldly. With a flick of his finger, a finger force shot out and killed the heavenly human race divine general. Then he asked the other two heavenly human race divine generals and received similar answers. They only knew that the elf emperor had been killed, but they didn't know much about the elf princess Ling Yue. This gave birth to a glimmer of hope in Lu Ming's heart. As long as he didn't personally confirm that he had been killed, it meant that there was still hope for him to survive. After casually killing the two heavenly human race divine generals, he kept their storage rings into the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming naturally didn't care about the storage rings of these people, but he kept them. The resources inside were useful for people with low cultivation. He wanted to bring his family and friends into the Great Desolation Ring, so the more resources he had, the better. Someone's coming. Lu Ming's eyes moved because there were a few powerful auras rushing over from afar. Divine Emperor Realm, the aura of the heavenly human race, Lu Ming whispered, his eyes cold. He didn't leave, but stood there quietly without moving. It was just the Divine Emperor Realm. Lu Ming didn't put them in his eyes. After a few breaths, a few figures appeared in the void. They were all from the heavenly human race. They had a head of golden hair and wore golden battle armor. They were majestic like a few war gods. The moment they arrived, they saw the corpses of the heavenly soldiers and divine generals, as well as Lu Ming, who was standing in the middle of the field. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from their bodies. Are you the one who killed them? One of the heavenly human race pointed his battle spear at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming nodded indifferently. You're courting death. The heavenly human race expert's eyes were extremely cold. You heavenly human race only know how to say that. Aren't you tired of saying that? Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the heavenly human race expert and grabbed him by the throat. The heavenly human race expert of the seventh layer of the great god realm was like a little chick struggling in Lu Ming's hand. He was helpless. His eyes were filled with fear. He finally realized that the person in front of him was actually a divine master. Divine master! The other heavenly human race experts were shocked and wanted to retreat. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming said indifferently. The heavenly human race experts felt a chill run down their spines. Their bodies stiffened as if they were being grabbed by an invisible hand. They didn't dare to move at all. Senior, the Heavenly Palace has many experts on the Elven Mother Planet. There is no lack of Divine Master experts. Please think twice before you act and consider the consequences, a heavenly human race expert said. His words were polite, but the meaning behind them was clearly a threat. What he meant was that there were many experts from the Heavenly Palace on the Elven Mother Planet. You'd better let us go. Otherwise, when the Divine Master experts arrived, you would end up in a miserable state. Lu Ming sneered and said, Let me ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly. Then Lu Ming repeated the questions that he had asked previously. These questions were not secrets that could be hidden. The heavenly human race experts answered honestly. It was almost the same answer as the one Lu Ming had received before. The elf emperor was killed. As for the elf princess Ling Yue, they didn't know about her. Puff, puff. Lu Ming flicked his finger and killed all the heavenly human race experts. Then he left the place. Chapter 4506. Next, Lu Ming investigated the elf race's mother planet. On the elf race's mother planet, there were indeed many experts from the Heavenly Palace who stayed here. They searched for the remnants of the elf race and their treasures. Among them, there was no lack of divine Lord Realm existences. As long as Lu Ming sensed the existence of a divine Lord Realm existence, he would immediately avoid them. As for those below the divine Lord Realm, he would directly kill them. In less than half a day, he had killed hundreds of Heavenly Palace experts. There were heavenly human race experts and other races among them. This naturally could not be hidden. It alarmed the Heavenly Palace experts on the elf race's mother planet. Someone has sneaked in. It's a divine Lord realm existence. Surround this person with all your might. Kill him without mercy. On the elf race's mother planet, there was a Lord of Heaven overseeing it. At this moment, this Lord of Heaven gave an order. Immediately, the experts on the elf race's mother planet were mobilized to surround and capture Lu Ming with all their might. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a group of Heavenly Palace experts flying toward a vast ocean. On the elf race's mother planet, there were naturally continents and oceans. These people from the Heavenly Palace are hurriedly flying toward the depths of the ocean. Could it be that they have discovered something? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes revealed a look of hope. The people from the Heavenly Palace were still investigating the elf race's mother planet. This meant that there were still survivors of the elf race on the elf race's mother planet. The Heavenly Palace was trying their best to hunt them down to prevent future troubles. Then, could Ling Yue still be alive and hiding somewhere on the elf race's mother planet? There was a high possibility of that happening. Follow them. Lu Ming activated the Great Concealment Technique and hid on the ground, following the people from the Heavenly Palace from afar. After entering the ocean, Lu Ming entered the ocean and activated the Great Imitation Technique, turning himself into a fish and following closely behind the people from the Heavenly Palace. More than an hour later, an island appeared in front of them. The island was enveloped by layers of formations. From the outside, it was impossible to see the existence of the island, only the air. But it couldn't stop Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming saw through it at a glance. Those masters from the Heavenly Palace were obviously here for this island. They stopped outside the island with sneers on their faces. It's just an illusory formation. Do you think you can hide from our eyes? What a joke. Break the formation. Let the elves despair. Let everyone in the universe know that this is the consequence of offending the Heavenly Palace. Some people from the Heavenly Palace sneered. Make your move. The leader of this group of people was not from the Heavenly Human tribe. Instead, it was an elder from the Angel tribe. The reason for that was because the old man from the Angel clan was a divine master. The Angel elder gave the order, and a group of people immediately attacked. Dazzling rays of light slashed forward. Rumble. The sky shook violently as runes spread out, blocking the attacks. However, in doing so, the island would also be revealed. On the island, there was a group of elves. At that moment, their faces changed drastically. They looked desperate. They found us. The people from the Heavenly Palace are here. We won't be able to escape. The elves are doomed. Many people shouted in despair, anger, and grief. Rumble. The formations around the island were torn apart, and the island was completely exposed. Some of the Heavenly Human tribe members stood in the sky and looked at the elves on the island with mocking expressions. The more desperate the elves were, the more excited they were. Die, shouted a Heavenly Human tribe member. He took the lead and charged towards the island. That person had the cultivation of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Whoosh! On the island, an arrow flew towards the Heavenly Human cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. The Heavenly Human tribe member was surprised. He slashed with his sword and hit the arrow. With a clang, the Heavenly Human tribe member's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. A divine weapon. The Heavenly Human tribe member of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer whispered. His eyes were cold. Down below, an old elf was holding a handful of emerald green arrows. That old elf also had the cultivation of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. He had just used a divine weapon to shoot the Heavenly Human tribe member of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer back. Let's attack together and kill him. The divine weapon is ours, shouted another Heavenly Human tribe member. All right, let's attack together. There were a few Heavenly Human tribe members on the scene. They were all cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Their silhouettes flickered and they charged towards the island. Come and help me. On the island, the elder of the elf clan roared. Another dozen or so elf tribe elites gathered behind the old man. Behind them, large trees appeared, and boundless energy surged into the old man's body. Shouted the old elf. Then, he drew his bow again. BZZ, BZZ, BZ. This time, he drew his bow 3 times in a row. 3 arrows streaked across the sky and shot towards the 3 strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. The arrows whistled through the air, their might extremely astonishing. Even though the 3 celestial race experts tried their best to block them, they still couldn't block them. Their bodies flew backwards, and one of the divine emperors was almost penetrated. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. The weaker ones didn't dare to attack. They were afraid that they would be shot to death. "Back off. I'll do it," said the old elf of the heavenly human tribe at that moment. He had been watching coldly and hadn't done anything before. After all, he was a divine master. If the others could handle it, he wouldn't have done anything. However, the others had been stopped by the arrows, so he had no choice but to do something. "Thank you, Master Eugene," said a heavenly human tribe member politely. Whoosh! The old elf of the heavenly human tribe, Eugene, took a step forward. Holy light filled the air. 10 angelic wings spread out from his back, and a vast amount of energy pressed down on the island. On the island, the expressions of all the elves changed drastically, revealing deep despair. "Divine Master!" The elder from the elf clan cried out in despair. A divine master was here. Even if they had a master divine weapon, it was useless. "Elves, I'll give you a chance. Kill yourselves." Eugene put his hands behind his back and said arrogantly. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. He jumped up as if his boat was on fire. A spear light suddenly shot out from the sea below him. It was aimed at him. He jumped up quickly, but the spear light was even faster. Poof! Eugene was pierced. His eyes were wide open. They were filled with resentment and fear. Then, with a bang, his body exploded. He was destroyed in both body and soul. Everyone else was stunned. Eugene was a divine master. Although he was only a first-level divine master, he was still a divine master. He was unexpectedly killed by a spear light in the sea. "Oh no, run!" After a few breaths, the remaining people of the heavenly palace came to their senses. They shouted in horror and tried to escape. A divine master was killed instantly. Wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed? However, it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the surface of the sea, numerous spear lights flew out. Top point. Chapter 45:07. At the bottom of the sea, the spear radiance shot out and pierced through the remaining experts of the heavenly palace, killing them all. On the island, the elves were a little stunned. Why was there a spear radiance at the bottom of the sea? It was so powerful that even the divine master of the angel race was killed by it. Such power was absolutely shocking. Could there be a divine master of the elf race alive at the bottom of the sea? Splash! At this moment, the sea churned and a figure rushed out. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. However, he didn't transform into his original appearance. He still looked like a middle-aged man. It's not the elf race. When the elves on the island saw Lu Ming, they showed a hint of disappointment. At first, they were hoping that it would be a divine master of the elf race who survived, but they didn't expect it to be a human. However, they quickly suppressed the strange feeling in their hearts and flew toward Lu Ming, led by the elder from the elf race. They bowed respectfully and said, "Hua Yang of the elf race, thank you for your help, senior. You're welcome. I'm friends with your elf king. When I heard that the heavenly palace was going to deal with the elf race, I immediately rushed over. I didn't expect that I would still be a step too late," Lu Ming said. After that, he sighed deeply. Hua Yang and the others were very touched. It was rare to have such a friend. Even if the enemy was the heavenly palace, he was still fearless and rushed over to help. He even killed many experts of the heavenly palace on the spot. If it were others, they would have fled after hearing that the enemy was the heavenly palace. How could they save them? They were too loyal. Hua Yang was a little choked up. He continued to clasp his fists and said, "This junior thanks senior on behalf of his majesty." Unfortunately, at this point, Hua Yang's face was pale and he couldn't continue. "By the way, How is Brother Huashuo now? Lu Ming asked deliberately. His Majesty has been killed by the heavenly human race. Huayang said with grief and indignation. Damn it, I'm still too late. By the way, where's Nisue now? Lu Ming asked. This was his goal, to find out the whereabouts of Ling Yue. The princess should be in the elven ancestral land now. I don't know if she has been found by the heavenly palace. I hope nothing bad happens to the princess. Huayang sighed. The elven ancestral land. Yue is indeed fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He secretly scolded himself for being stupid. The ancestral land of the elves was indeed a very good place to hide. Back then, when he and Ling Yue had participated in the Holy Seed examination, they had entered the ancestral land of the elves. Inside, Lu Ming had obtained 2 holy tree seeds, one of which he had given to the elves, and the other was still lying in his storage ring. The ancestral land of the elf clan was heavily guarded by the ancestors of the elf clan. Only the younger generation could enter. The older ones could not enter. Furthermore, once they entered the elf clan's ancestral land, they would be heavily suppressed. Their cultivation would drop, and they would not even be able to use their divine weapons. Ling Yue hiding in the ancestral land of the elves was indeed a very good idea. However, once she was discovered by the experts of the Heavenly Palace and blocked outside, it would also be very dangerous. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace might have a way to break through the restrictions of the elf clan's ancestral land. Thinking of this, Lu Ming became somewhat anxious. Right now, the Elven Mother Planet is filled with people from the Heavenly Palace. You have nowhere to hide. Why don't you come with me? I'll take you away. Lu Ming said. Senior, if you take us away, the target will be too big. I'm afraid it will easily attract the attention of the Heavenly Palace. You should go and save the princess. She is the hope of the elves. As long as she is still alive, the elves will have hope of rising again. Huayang said, Don't worry, I have a treasure. You can enter my treasure and not be discovered by the people of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming said, planning to put the elves into the Great Desolate Ring. With a thought, a huge whirlpool immediately appeared in the air. This was opened by Lu Ming, leading to the Great Desolate Ring. Huayang and the others hesitated for a moment, then flew toward the gate. With Lu Ming's cultivation, if he wanted to harm them, he would not have to go through so much trouble. He could easily kill them. Moreover, Lu Ming was definitely not from the Heavenly Palace. If he was from the Heavenly Palace, why would he kill the masters of the Heavenly Palace? Moreover, they were masters of the Divine Lord Realm. Was he trying to win their trust? They were far from qualified. In a short while, all the elves on the island had entered the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming burned the bodies of the masters of the Heavenly Palace with fire. Then, his figure flashed and he left. During the flight, Lu Ming's appearance changed again. In the end, he turned into the appearance of Eugene, the first-layer Divine Lord Realm Elder of the Angel Clan. Even the aura was exactly the same. This was to make it easier for him to move around. Sure enough, after he turned into Eugene, his movements were unimpeded. Even if he met the people of the Heavenly Palace, nothing happened. The other party even bowed to him obediently. At the same time, Lu Ming learned of a big matter from the people of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace had already discovered the elves' ancestral land. They also knew that the elven princess Ling Yue was hiding in the elves' ancestral land with a group of young elves. The Heavenly Palace had already mobilized a large number of masters to surround the entrance of the elves' ancestral land. Not good. Lu Ming's face was a bit ugly. The Heavenly Palace had already discovered it. It would be difficult to save Ling Yue. Lu Ming immediately rushed toward the elves' ancestral land. As he hurried, he thought of a countermeasure. After passing through the wormhole, Lu Ming soon arrived near the planet where the entrance to the elves' ancestral land was. After arriving here, Lu Ming's appearance began to change again. In the end, he turned into a young angel. After all, Eugene was an existence of the Divine Master Realm. His presence was too strong. If he met an acquaintance of Eugene, Lu Ming was afraid of revealing a flaw. If he turned into an ordinary angel youth, his presence would be greatly reduced. As long as he didn't meet an existence of the origin realm, he shouldn't be exposed. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the planet where the entrance to the elves' ancestral land was. On the planet, there was a hall. In the hall was the entrance to the elves' ancestral land. At this moment, the hall was surrounded. They were all experts and heavenly soldiers and divine generals of the heavenly palace. So powerful. There's an existence on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming sensed an extremely terrifying aura in the sky. He secretly took a look and discovered that a heavenly human powerhouse was sitting cross-legged there. The terrifying aura was exuding from this person. Lu Ming had come into contact with people on the level of the Lord of Heaven more than once. This person's aura wasn't weaker than those of the Lord of Heaven. In addition, there were many divine Master Realm experts scattered around. This area had been surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Above, the existence on the level of the Lord of Heaven noticed Lu Ming approaching and coldly glanced at him. As if he didn't find anything, he looked away. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party hadn't seen through him. Peek. Chapter 4508. Lu Ming wandered around as if nothing had happened, and then came to the vicinity of a group of heavenly soldiers and divine generals. "Brother, how is the situation now?" Lu Ming asked a heavenly soldier. This heavenly soldier was an angel. "Brother, how should I address you? Why haven't I seen you before? You look very unfamiliar." The angel race heavenly soldier glanced at Lu Ming and said. He didn't really suspect Lu Ming. With his cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to see through the great imitation technique. He just felt that Lu Ming looked unfamiliar and casually asked, "My name is Gabriel. I've been traveling in the universe and rarely returned to my clan. Not long ago, I happened to travel to the territory of the elf race. When I heard that the heavenly palace was exterminating the rebel elf race, I immediately rushed over to help," Lu Ming explained. "Oh, so that's how it is. Brother, you are very smart." The angel race heavenly soldier laughed and didn't doubt him. Actually, it was very normal. If the heavenly palace wanted to exterminate a certain rebel force, if there were people from other races passing by, they would usually come to help. The main reason was that they could perform well in front of the heavenly palace and gain a good impression of the heavenly palace. In fact, Lu Ming wasn't the only one who would do this. Many people would do the same. This point was flawless. Let me tell you, this is a certain ancestral land of the elf race. The elf princess Ling Yue and a group of elf race geniuses are in the ancestral land. The angel race heavenly soldiers said. The elf princess is inside. Then why don't we just kill our way in and take her down? Lu Ming asked despite knowing the answer. You don't know about this, right? This ancestral land of the elf race has layers of restrictions set up by the ancestors of the elf race. Only the younger generation can enter. If the older generation forcefully barges in, they will be attacked by the restrictions. Previously, Lord of Heaven personally barged in, but he was unable to enter. The angel race heavenly soldier lowered his voice. Even the Lord of Heaven can't enter? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He was really surprised that the restrictions in the ancestral land of the elves were so strong that even an existence like the Lord of Heaven would find it difficult to enter. Yes, according to Sir Lord God's judgment, there was a reciprocity expert among the ancestors of the elves. The restriction was cast down by a reciprocity expert. Only reciprocity experts can break through it. The angel's heavenly soldier asked, "Then, what do you all plan to do next?" Lu Ming continued asking, "I don't know yet. I heard that they are waiting for the other Lord Heaven. When that Lord Heaven arrives, we will discuss countermeasures. For now, we just have to wait." The heavenly soldier from the angel race said. Lu Ming nodded, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the heavenly palace had yet to attack the elven ancestral land. This meant that Ling Yue and the others were still fine. However, there were so many experts here that Lu Ming naturally couldn't make any moves. He could only stay here and observe the situation. An hour later, suddenly, Lu Ming raised his head and looked at a spot in the void. The void trembled violently, rippling like water. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air. The Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming understood that the Lord of Heaven that everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. Greetings, Lord of Heaven. Many experts from the heavenly palace bowed to the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven nodded and stepped forward. Yechu of Beach, what's the situation now? The Yechu of Beach he spoke of was the Lord of Heaven who had been here at the beginning. There's a restriction set up by an reciprocity expert here. Only young people can enter. The older ones can't enter, so I'm waiting for you to discuss countermeasures. Yechu of Beach said, a restriction set up by an reciprocity expert. The Lord of Heaven behind him frowned. This person was called Yelling Flight, and he was also an extremely powerful Lord of Heaven. That's right. The restriction is extremely powerful. It's probably not cast down by a single reciprocity expert. It's probably been constantly reinforced by several reciprocity experts over many generations. We can't break through it with our strength. If we try to break through it forcefully, we'll be in danger. Yechu of Beach said, the Lord of Heaven was known to stand at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. However, no matter how great the peak was, he was still a Divine Lord. There was a huge gap between him and the reciprocity realm. Reciprocity experts controlled origin and existed with the universe. They were not existences that Divine Lords could resist. Even after countless years, a restriction set up by a reciprocity expert was still terrifying. It was not something that Divine Lords could touch. Not to mention, the restriction in the Elven ancestral land had been reinforced by several generations of reciprocity experts, making it even more terrifying. Then do you have a countermeasure? Yelling Flight asked. What I mean is to report the situation to a Celestial Venerable and ask a Celestial Venerable to break the restriction. Yechu of Beach said, no, if we have to trouble a Celestial Venerable to deal with a mere Elven race, we'll lose face. Yelling Flight shook his head. I had no choice but to do so. Yechu of Beach sighed. The Elven race was only ranked 33rd on the primitive race ranking. There were no reciprocity experts now, so the Heavenly Palace did not send a Celestial Venerable to deal with the Elven race. Moreover, Celestial Venerables had Celestial Venerables to do. If they troubled a Celestial Venerable because of the Elven race, then they, the Lord of Heaven, would lose face. Isn't the Elven ancestral land only accessible to the younger generation? Then we'll just send young experts in and kill the remaining elves. Yelling Flight said, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? I was mistaken before and wanted to break the restriction, but I didn't think that I could kill the remaining elves without breaking the restriction. Yechu of Beach was overjoyed. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he had been too focused on breaking the restriction, so he didn't think about it. However, that Ling Yue is extremely strong. When she was in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, she displayed 11 stars of battle strength, comparable to the Heavenly Daughter of Heaven. If we want to kill her, we have to send out the Heavenly Daughter of Heaven. Yelling Flight said, that's easy. After the battle in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Yichu Tianji went into seclusion to break through to the Divine Master Realm. Not long ago, he broke through to the Divine Master Realm. I'll send him a sound transmission and ask him to come. With him around, Ling Yue will definitely die. Yechu of Beach smiled faintly. Yichu Tianji broke through to the Divine Master Realm? Haha, that's great. With him around, nothing will go wrong. Yelling Flight laughed out loud. Yichu Tianji was known as the strongest son of heaven before the battle for the origin seed in the Grand Supreme Immortal City. He possessed 12 stars of battle strength, which was rare even in the history of the heavenly human race. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Divine Master Realm, his battle strength was even more terrifying. With him entering the Elven ancestral land, Ling Yue would not be able to escape. With Yichu Tianji and some other young experts, it's enough to kill the remaining elves. Yechu of Beach smiled, and then sent a sound transmission through the Dream Divine Jade. The conversation between the two Lord of Heaven was not hidden. Everyone present heard it. Yi Chu Tianji. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Peek. Chapter 4509. Lu Ming was surprised that Yechu Tianji had broken through to the Divine Master Realm so quickly. He, Xianxia, and the others were only able to break through to the Divine Master Realm because of the Life Spirit and the Divine Creation Array. In reality, only a few years had passed in the outside world. But thinking about it, it was normal. Before entering the Supreme Immortal City, Yechu Tianji's cultivation was already very high, reaching the peak of the 6th layer of the Emperor God Realm. After entering the Supreme Immortal City, he quickly reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Emperor God Realm. After a period of accumulation, he was almost able to break through to the Divine Master Realm. After the end of the Origin Battle, Yechu Tianji returned to the Heavenly Palace. With the resources of the Heavenly Palace, it wasn't too difficult for him to break through within a few years. What should we do? Lu Ming was deeply worried. If Ling Yue didn't have any heaven-defying opportunities, her cultivation would most likely still be at the 9th layer of the Emperor God Realm. If she met Yechu Tianji, who had already stepped into the Divine Master Realm, she would definitely be no match for him. When Yechu Tianji and the others enter, I will also think of a way to enter. I hope they can choose me. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming and the others didn't wait for long. About 7 days later, ripples appeared in the void as a group of people broke through the void and arrived. The person in the lead was wearing golden battle armor. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a brilliant aura. This person was Yechu Tianji. Behind him followed a group of top geniuses from various races. There was celestial race, angel race, blood race, and so on. They were all direct disciples of some important figures in the Heavenly Palace. However, Yechu Tianji was the only son of heaven-level figure. In fact, among the younger generation of the elf race, Ling Yue was the only one who was difficult to deal with. The others were easy to deal with. With Yechu Tianji in charge, it was enough. After Yechu Tianji arrived, he bowed to the two Lord of Heaven. "All right, you guys can go now. Bring out the head of the elf race." Yechu of Beach ordered. Lord of Heaven, don't worry. It won't be long before I can bring the head of the elf race to see you. Yechu Tianji was extremely confident, as if he had already recovered from the shock of the battle at the Supreme Immortal City. Then, with Yechu Tianji as the lead, they set off towards the ancestral land of the elves. Other than Yechu Tianji and the others, they didn't call the others. This time, Lu of Heaven God. Lord of Heaven. Lord of Heaven, wait. Yechu of Heaven. The two heavenly lords furrowed their brows. Yechu. King Yechu said, Lord. Lord, Lord of Heaven. Lord. Lu Ming said, respectfully. How thoughtful of you. Go on. Yechu of Beach waved his hand casually. He didn't care about a junior from the angel race. Yechu Tianji was expressionless. He didn't care about Lu Ming at all. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an angel race member who was blinded by greed. He had seen many such people. It didn't matter if he followed them in. It didn't matter if he had one more or one less. Thank you, Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming pretended to be ecstatic and then joined Yechu Tianji and the others. Let's go. Yechu Tianji waved his hand and led the others to the entrance of the elf race's ancestral land. They then entered the entrance one after another. In the next moment, they arrived at the first level of the elf race's ancestral land. Here we are again. I didn't expect to come to the elf race's ancestral land again in this way. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It was no different from the last time. There was still a strong suppressive force here. Similarly, he could see stone towers in the distance. The stone towers were suppressing some terrifying evil spirits. According to the information we received, there are a total of 9 levels in the elf race's ancestral land. The elf race remnants are probably in the last few levels. However, we can't let our guard down. They might be hiding in the first level. Now, spread out and search. Once you find any news of the elf race remnants, report to me immediately. Yichu, Tianji said. Yes. Then everyone spread out and went in all directions. Lu Ming followed the few of them and headed to the east. After flying a certain distance, Lu Ming made his move. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming used his finger as a spear and pointed out a few times. These few youths didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. They were completely unprepared. In fact, even if they were on guard, they wouldn't be able to block Lu Ming's attack. They were directly pierced through by Lu Ming's finger force and died on the spot. Lu Ming waved his hands and burned the corpses with fire. At the same time, he collected their storage rings. With a flash, he left the place and headed toward the nearest entrance. There were 9 intersections from the first floor to the second floor. Lu Ming had been here once and was very familiar with this place. He easily found the nearest entrance and entered the second floor. Lu Ming speculated that Ling Yue and the others shouldn't be on the first few floors. They should be on the last few floors or even the 10th floor. That was the safest place. Back then, Ling Yue had fused with the energy of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, and her elf bloodline had become incomparably powerful. Later on, she had absorbed a drop of 5 elements immortal tears, and the strength of her elf bloodline could be said to have reached the peak in the history of the elf race. The elf bloodline could restrain the evil spirits in the elf ancestral land. Ling Yue could come and go as she pleased in the elf ancestral land. In addition, Lu Ming had told the elf clan about the array formation to refine the evil spirit bead. The array formation could also restrain the evil spirits, so it wasn't difficult for Ling Yue and the others to reach the last level. Therefore, Lu Ming did not stop at the first few floors. Instead, he continued to advance towards the last few floors. If the people of the Heavenly Palace wanted to enter the next floor, they had to find the entrance first. Lu Ming was familiar with the road, so his speed was naturally much faster than the people of the Heavenly Palace. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 7th floor. The suppression of the 7th floor was already very strong, but it had no effect on Lu Ming. Back then, the restrictive power here had no effect on Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's restrictive power was many times stronger than before, so it naturally wouldn't have any effect. After reaching the 7th floor, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. Instead, he started to investigate. He was afraid that Ling Yue and the others would miss out on the 7th floor. Ga, Ga, Ga. A sharp cry rang out as a dark cloud flew towards Lu Ming. It was an evil spirit. A large group of evil spirits pounced towards Lu Ming. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura, Lu Ming used the great imitation technique to imitate the aura of the elf royal bloodline. When the evil spirits sensed this aura, they were so scared that they ran away. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. Lu Ming's figure constantly flickered on the 7th floor. After searching the 7th floor, he did not find any traces of Ling Yue and the others. After that, Lu Ming arrived at the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, there was still no trace of Ling Yue and the others. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th floor. Chapter 45:10. On the 10th floor of the Elven ancestral land, in front of a withered tree, a beautiful figure stood quietly. This figure was the elf princess Ling Yue, and this big tree was the Holy Seed Mother Tree. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained 2 Holy Seed seeds here. Later on, Ling Yue even used the Holy Seed Mother Tree to complete her bloodline evolution. However, the Holy Seed Mother Tree also withered because of this. However, after so many years, some parts of the withered Holy Seed Mother Tree had sprouted new shoots. Around the Holy Seed Mother Tree, there were also some young elves. They looked at Ling Yue, but did not disturb her. Ling Yue looked at the Holy Seed Mother Tree in a daze. The scenes of her adventuring in the Elven ancestral land with Lu Ming all those years ago reappeared in her mind. Lu Ming, it's all because of you. It's all because you lied to me. It's all because you pretended to be Mu Yun that my elven clan suffered such a calamity. You caused Royal Father to be killed, and Aunt, as she thought about it. Ling Yue's tears continued to flow as her delicate body began to tremble slightly. After a long while, she finally calmed down. However, I know you didn't mean it, but you should have told me earlier. You shouldn't have lied to me. Sai, why am I thinking so much? Perhaps the people from the Heavenly Palace will come in very soon. We will never have the chance to meet again. Ling Yue sighed in her heart. At this moment, Yue, a soft call sounded in Ling Yue's ears. His voice was clear, deep, and magnetic. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Yue's delicate body suddenly trembled. She was too familiar with this voice. It was haunting her dreams, and she would never forget it for the rest of her life. This was Lu Ming's voice. However, how could Lu Ming come here? Even if Lu Ming knew that she was here, the outside of the ancestral land was already surrounded by the Heavenly Palace. How did Lu Ming get in? Illusion? It must be an illusion. Ling Yue. Oh, Ling Yue. The elves were exterminated mostly because of Lu Ming. Why am I so disappointing? I'm still thinking about him. Thinking about him. He should be your enemy. Ling Yue shook her head with all her might, thinking that she was hallucinating. But at this time, the other elves shouted. Who? How did you get in? Mu Yun, no, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you still dare to come here? Hearing these shouts, Yu Wei's heart was trembling. She couldn't help but turn her head. Then, she saw a young Yu Wei. Yu Wei, Yu Wei, Yu Wei, Yu Wei, Yu Wei. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster. At the same time, anger, hatred, longing, and other emotions intertwined, causing Ling Yue to be a little dazed for a moment. Yue's Yun sect. Lu Ming opened his mouth and walked towards Ling Yue. He didn't find any traces of Ling Yue and the others on the first 9 floors, so he went to the 10th floor to search. Sure enough, he found that Ling Yue and the others were on the 10th floor. With his cultivation, the elves did not discover any traces of him when he appeared above Ling Yue and the others. It was only when he opened his mouth that the elves discovered him. Lu Ming, stop. You are not allowed to approach the princess. It's all because of you that our elf clan was attacked by the Heavenly Palace and ended up in this state. You still dare to come here. You're courting death. Brothers and sisters, let's attack together and kill this person. We'll avenge His Majesty and our countless fellow elves. The other elves were incomparably furious, treating Lu Ming as a great enemy. One by one, they condensed their battle bows, knocked their arrows, and shot them out. In an instant, hundreds of arrows shot towards Lu Ming. These were all geniuses of the elf clan. Some of them had entered the Supreme Immortal City and were very strong. They had reached the Divine Lord Realm, but there were only a few of them. Most of them were still at the Divine Lord Realm. In Lu Ming's eyes, this kind of cultivation was naturally not enough. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, the sky was filled with claw shadows. When the claw shadows disappeared, the hundreds of arrows were all in Lu Ming's hand. With a strong squeeze, the hundreds of arrows exploded with a bang, turning into energy and disappearing. You didn't kill the people of the Heavenly Palace, but came to deal with me. Is this your ability? Lu Ming said coldly. We naturally have to kill the people of the Heavenly Palace, but you have to kill them too. That's right. It was you who pretended to be Mu Yun and got involved with us. That's why you were hated by the Heavenly Palace. The elf clan's genius roared. Lu Ming was speechless. The people of the elf clan were right. The elf clan was indeed implicated by him. He could not refute this point. Princess attack. Kill him. Yes, avenge His Majesty. The elf clan's genius shouted. Ling Yue's delicate body trembled, and her eyes revealed a look of struggle. But in the end, she shouted loudly and activated her origin's secret technique. A large bow condensed, and a powerful force poured into it, condensing into an arrow and aiming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and faced Ling Yue. He didn't say a word and just stared at her in a daze. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Ling Yue asked. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and the look in her eyes became even more complicated. I'm here to take you out and to a safe place. Lu Ming said. Nonsense. the ancestral land is now surrounded by the heavenly palace. How can you take us out? That's complete nonsense. Princess, hurry up and do something. Hurry up and do something. That's right. I suspect that he has already joined the heavenly palace. Otherwise, how did he enter the ancestral land when it was surrounded by the heavenly palace? These words shook the hearts of all the elves present. Indeed, the entrance of the ancestral land was now surrounded by the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was filled with experts. How did Lu Ming get in? Moreover, he seemed to be safe and sound. This was not normal. Could it be that Lu Ming had really joined the heavenly palace? The more everyone thought about it, the more likely it was. This must be a scheme of the heavenly palace. He wants to trick us out. Yes, the ancestral land has layers of restrictions set by the elf clan's ancestors. Even the divine master realm experts can't enter. The people of the heavenly palace can't enter, so he wants to trick us out. We can't be fooled. This person has wild ambitions. Not only did he cause the destruction of our elf clan, he also wants to eliminate the roots. Princess, attack! We can't be soft-hearted. If we don't kill this person, our elf clan will really be exterminated. Some of the elves roared. Originally, there were still elves who believed in Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had brought out the seed of the holy tree for the elf clan back then. However, at this moment, when the other elves said this, they felt that it was very reasonable and their hearts were burning with anger. Among them was Ling Yue. Lu Ming, I want to avenge my royal father. Ling Yue let out a loud shout and loosened the bowstring in her hand. An arrow flew through the air and shot towards Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming stood there motionless. He had no intention of dodging at all. The speed of the arrow was too fast. In an instant, it was close to Lu Ming. Seeing that the arrow was about to hit Lu Ming, Ling Yue couldn't help but panic. She shouted, "Lu Ming, get out of the way!" Chapter 45:11. Ling Yue shouted for Lu Ming to dodge. At the same time, she stretched out her hand to grab the arrow. However, it was already too late. The speed of the arrow was too fast, and there was no return. How could Ling Yue catch it just because she wanted to? Puffed. The arrow hit Lu Ming's chest, pierced through Lu Ming's heart, and came out from his back. Lu Ming was forced back a few steps by the powerful force of the arrow. Ling Yue was stunned. The other elves were also stunned. No one expected that this arrow would hit the target just like that. Lu Ming, why didn't you dodge? Ling Yue said with a trembling voice. Based on her understanding of Lu Ming would definitely be able to dodge that arrow. However, Lu Ming clearly had no intention of dodging just now and deliberately allowed the arrow to hit him. I deserve this arrow. You're right, I've implicated the elf race, Yi Zichen said. Lu Ming sighed and continued. Moreover, as long as you're happy, so what if you're shot 10 or 100 arrows? Lu Ming. Ling Yue's voice trembled, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Originally, she thought that she would hate Lu Ming, but when she really saw Lu Ming, she realized that she didn't hate Lu Ming at all. Yue, come with me. The elves can't be destroyed yet. With you here, the elves still have hope of rising. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you really didn't join the heavenly palace? Ling Yue said. Silly girl, of course not. I have a taboo body and am born to be a mortal enemy of the heavenly palace. How could I join the heavenly palace? Lu Ming raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Then how did you get in? An elven genius asked loudly. You want to know? Then I'll show you. Lu Ming looked at the elf tribe prodigies. His appearance and aura changed rapidly. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into Ling Yue. Yes, Lu Ming directly used the great imitation technique to transform into Ling Yue's appearance. Even the aura of her life source was exactly the same. You. Everyone was stunned, including Ling Yue. It wasn't difficult to change one's appearance. In fact, it was very easy. Everyone present found it difficult to do so. However, even the aura of his life source was exactly the same as Ling Yue's. How is this possible? It was simply unbelievable. Everyone's gazes moved back and forth between Ling Yue and Lu Ming, completely unable to tell if they were real or fake. Then, Lu Ming's appearance and aura changed, and he turned into another elven genius. Whether it was his appearance or the aura of the origin of life, he was exactly the same as that elven genius. After that, Lu Ming turned into a youth from the angel race, and his life source aura also became that of the angel race. If they didn't know Lu Ming's true identity beforehand, everyone would have thought that Lu Ming was an angel. In the end, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance. This secret technique is one of the top 3 secret techniques of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It's called the Great Imitation Technique. With this secret technique, what's so difficult about entering? Lu Ming said. The elves all fell silent, agreeing with Lu Ming's words in their hearts. Yes, with such a wonderful technique, Lu Ming could completely transform into the celestial race, angel race, and so on, and openly enter. Moreover, the taboo body and the heavenly palace were indeed mortal enemies. This was publicly acknowledged in the universe. So how could Lu Ming rely on the heavenly palace? Previously, they only thought that way because they saw that Lu Ming was angry. Now that they had calmed down, they knew that Lu Ming didn't mean them any harm. Perhaps he really did come here to save them. However, Lu Ming could change his appearance and life source aura, but the others couldn't. How could Lu Ming take them out? Moreover, the elves were indeed implicated by Lu Ming. It was almost impossible for them to dispel their grudge against Lu Ming so quickly. I know you blame me and want to kill me. Fine, if you want to kill me in the future, I'll welcome you at any time as long as you have the ability. But don't forget one thing. Now, there are not many elves left. If you don't come with me and die in the hands of the heavenly palace, then the elves will really be wiped out. You're the last hope of the elves, understand? Lu Ming said loudly. To be honest, he really didn't take these elves seriously. Even if they wanted to take revenge on him in the future, what was he afraid of? At his current level, his vision and vision were already very high. His current opponents were the heavenly palace, those in the origin realm. Even if these elves wanted to take revenge on him in the future, they couldn't touch a single hair on his body. Of course, if others wanted to take revenge on him every day, even if they were weak, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to save them. However, he felt somewhat guilty towards the elves. The other reason was for Ling Yue's sake. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, there was a commotion among the elves. Yes, even if they didn't fear death, they still had to consider the continuation and inheritance of the elves. If they were all killed by the heavenly palace, then the elves would really be finished. How could they face the elves who died in battle? How could they face the elf emperor Ling Huashuo and the others? Even if we believe you, how can you take us out? Finally, a young prodigy said, I have a treasure that has formed a world of its own. You can enter it, and I can transform into a heavenly human and leave here easily. Lu Ming said, there's actually a treasure that can form a world of its own. The sky prides of the elf tribe were all shocked and envious. Treasures that could form a world of their own were not rare in a small world. They were very easy to see. In a small world, whether it was the laws of the world or the space, they were all imperfect and unstable. Therefore, it was very easy to cultivate a treasure that could form a world of its own. It could even evolve its own world. However, this kind of treasure would be merged by the primitive universe as soon as it came to the primitive universe because it was too low level. In the primitive universe, it was too difficult to refine a treasure that could form a world. It was extremely difficult and could be said to be very rare. Not to mention other things. After Lu Ming came to the primitive universe, other than the primitive ring, he hadn't seen any other treasure that could form a world of its own. Hurry up and go in. If we wait for the heavenly palace's celestial venerables to come, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Those from the heavenly human race looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Let's go with Lu Ming. We have to live. At this moment, Ling Yue spoke. Let's go. Ling Yue's words finally made the elven prodigies make up their minds and rush towards the black hole. In the blink of an eye, all the elven prodigies entered the primitive ring. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She also raised her feet and walked towards the entrance of the primitive ring. Yue, wait a moment, Lu Ming called out. Ling Yue's delicate body trembled slightly as she stopped. Chapter 45:12. Bang! Lu Ming channeled his taboo energy and shattered the arrow in his chest. His wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After his cultivation reached the divine master realm, his taboo energy skyrocketed. His physique became even more terrifying, and his vitality became even stronger. A little injury was nothing, but it could quickly recover. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Ling Yue. When he arrived in front of Ling Yue, the injury on his chest had already healed. Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She was nervous and expectant, but when she thought about how Lu Ming had implicated the elves, she felt hatred. She didn't know how she should face Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked in front of Ling Yue and looked at her in the eye. Ling Yue's heart couldn't help but beat faster, and her gaze became evasive. Yue, I'm sorry, Lu Ming said gently. This I'm sorry caused Ling Yue's delicate body to tremble. She stared blankly at Lu Ming, and then tears rolled down like raindrops. There were too many things in her heart. She had always pretended to be strong, but Lu Ming's apology seemed to have broken through Ling Yue's defenses. The emotions in her heart were like a flood that had broken through a dam, exploding in an instant. Grievance, sadness, desolation, loneliness, longing, regret, and a series of other emotions exploded, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. At this moment, she was like a fallen leaf dancing in the wind, lonely and weak, making one feel tender affection for her. Lu Ming walked over and pulled Ling Yue into his embrace. Ling Yue's body stiffened for a moment, and then her arms tightly hugged Lu Ming. Lu Ming, royal father is dead, and the elders are all dead. I have nothing left, I have nothing left. Ling Yue could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. At this moment, Ling Yue was no longer the famous elf princess. She was just a little girl who had lost her family, sad and helpless. Lu Ming felt a stabbing pain in his heart. No, you don't have nothing. You still have me, Lu Ming whispered. His voice was filled with warmth, love, and guilt. Yes, although she had feelings for Ling Yue, she felt even more guilty. It was different from the feelings she had for Xianxia and Autumn. He and Xianxia had gone through a lot together, from the time they met and got to know each other, from the time they started fighting, to the time they fell in love with each other. Their hearts were tightly stuck together. He was different from Autumn. The two of them grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Their feelings for each other were mixed with kinship. Towards Ling Yue, within his feelings, there was more guilt. Woo. Ling Yue cried even more sadly as she hugged Lu Ming tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Ming also hugged Ling Yue and did not continue speaking. She knew that Ling Yue needed to vent, and after venting, she would feel better. After a long while, Ling Yue's emotions gradually calmed down. Her face was slightly red, and her beauty was indescribable. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He couldn't help but lower his head and imprint it on Ling Yue's lips. Ling Yue's delicate body stiffened for a moment before she allowed Lu Ming to do as he pleased. After a long while, it was pure. Yue, don't worry. Sooner or later, I will kill my way to the heavenly palace, destroy the celestial race, and avenge the elven race. Lu Ming swore. I believe you. Ling Yue nodded slightly. At this moment, the knot in her heart had been untied, and she no longer had any hatred towards Lu Ming. She knew that what Lu Ming had done back then was also an unintentional act. Her true enemy was the heavenly palace, the celestial race. Lu Ming, why are you here? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. His voice was filled with disbelief. Yi Chu Tianji. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he turned around to look. Then, he saw Yichu Tianji flying over with a group of experts. Yichu Tianji had come faster than he had imagined. However, Lu Ming was not surprised. Yichu Tianji controlled 3 types of supreme heavenly powers and was incomparably powerful. Just like Lu Ming, he was not afraid of the suppressive force here in the slightest. Furthermore, with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat those evil spirits. "Why can't I be here?" Lu Ming said indifferently, the corner of his mouth curling up into a sneer. "Good, very good, really very good. I was on a look for you, but I didn't expect you to be here. Then, it's time for us to settle the score." Yichu Tianji's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. In the battle for the origin seed in the Taishang Immortal City, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was even killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that he could revive there, he would have been dead. He hated Lu Ming to the bone and wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. After leaving the Taishang Immortal City, he went into seclusion and tried his best to break through. Finally, he broke through the profound martial realm and reached the Divine Master Realm. After reaching the Divine Master Realm, he was in high spirits. He had planned to find Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming to vent the hatred in his heart. He didn't expect to meet Lu Ming here. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. Even the heavens were helping him to take revenge. "You can't revive here. Aren't you afraid of death?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. I'll show you my current strength." Boom. An incomparably shocking aura erupted from Yichu Tianji's body. This was the aura of the Divine Master Realm. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it pressed down on Lu Ming and Ling Yue. "Divine Master Realm, not good. Lu Ming, run." Ling Yue's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect that Yichu Tianji had already broken through to the Divine Master Realm. It had only been a few years since the battle for the origin seed in the Taishang Immortal City. A few years was too short. To them, it was just a blink of an eye. Yichu Tianji had actually broken through. This kind of talent was indeed terrifying. "Go, you want to leave now?" "It's too late." Lu Ming kneeled down. Yichu Tianji shouted as his figure burst out. From above, he pressed down on Lu Ming with his palm. He didn't want to kill Lu Ming so easily. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming, cripple Lu Ming's cultivation, and torture Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could he vent the resentment in his heart? "Lu Ming, be careful." Ling Yue was shocked. She wanted to pull Lu Ming back, but she discovered that Lu Ming's body seemed to have taken root and did not move at all. "Yue, watch me." Lu Ming's gentle voice rang out. Following that, Lu Ming punched out. When he punched out, the taboo energy in his body was completely mobilized and surged out along his fist. Boom! The fist and Yichu Tianji's palm collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the overflowing strength chi, Yichu Tianji's body explosively retreated several hundred miles. When he landed on the ground, he continued to retreat. The ground he stepped on rumbled and exploded, leaving behind a large crater. His body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Ming as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 45:13. Your cultivation, Divine Master, how did you reach the Divine Master Realm? Yichu Tianji roared, his words incoherent, his voice full of disbelief. It had only been a few years, and Lu Ming had broken through to the Divine Master Realm. The reason he could break through to the Divine Master Realm was because he had already accumulated enough when he was in the Taishang Immortal City. After returning to the Heavenly Palace, he had spent a huge amount of resources to break through to the Divine Master Realm in a few years. However, when Lu Ming was in the Taishang Immortal City, he had only just reached the 9th level of the Divine Lord Realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Lord Realm. He needed a long time to consolidate his foundation before he could break through to the Divine Lord Realm. But now, Lu Ming was already a Divine Master. This made him feel incredulous. They were both at the first level of the Divine Master Realm, but he was no match for Lu Ming, just like in the battle for the Origin Seed. Ling Yue was also in a daze. Obviously, she did not expect Lu Ming's cultivation to have reached the almighty level. Let's go. Yichu Qianji was very decisive. When he found out that Lu Ming had reached the Divine Master Realm, he knew that he was no match for Lu Ming, so he turned around and ran. Yichu Qianji, didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running so fast now? Lu Ming sneered. His body turned into a ray of light, and in a flash he approached Yichu Qianji. I'll fight it out with you. Yichu Qianji roared and suddenly turned around. 3 kinds of heaven power exploded and blasted toward Lu Ming. Battle character art, 8 times fighting strength. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the battle character art successfully activated 8 times fighting strength, and he punched out. The space kept exploding, and a violent fist energy crushed out, once again colliding with Yichu Tianji's attack. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, Yichu Tianji's body flew out like a cannonball, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on the bones of his arms, and they almost exploded. Dozens of other bones in his body were broken. Damn it, his combat strength. Yichu Qianji was incomparably terrified. He realized that Lu Ming was even more terrifying now. In a battle of the same level, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming. He was completely crushed. If they were in the highest immortal city, they might still be able to put up a fight. But now, there was no way they could put up a fight at all. Little did he know that Lu Ming's battle seal was still at the 7-fold stage when they were at the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Now, Lu Ming's battle character secret art had already multiplied his battle prowess by 8 times. In a battle of the same level, his battle prowess was naturally much stronger. Hurry up and leave. Send a message to His Excellency, the Lord of Heaven. Tell him that Lu Ming has become a divine master and that he's in the elves' ancestral land. Tell them to invite the celestial venerables. Yichu Tianji roared at the others as he retreated. The other geniuses from the heavenly palace also fled in all directions. This was Yichu Tianji's strategy of creating a diversion. He asked the other geniuses to spread the news as they fled. He wanted to distract Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would chase after these people. Once the news about Lu Ming spread, the heavenly palace would definitely hunt him down. If he were Lu Ming, he would definitely divert his attention to chase after the others. In that case, he would have a chance to escape. Actually, he was right. Lu Ming indeed didn't want these people to spread the news about him. He was now a thorn in the side of the heavenly human tribe. Once the heavenly human tribe knew about this, they would definitely send celestial venerables to kill him. In order to kill him, the heavenly human tribe would definitely be willing to send celestial venerables. But there was one thing that Yichu Tianji guessed wrong. Lu Ming didn't need to be too distracted to kill these people. Chaos style. Lu Ming shouted as his hands quickly formed seals. His body glowed as tens of thousands of secret techniques intertwined to form a continent. The continent was incredibly huge. With the support of the taboo energy, it continued to expand outwards. It almost covered a small portion of the 10th floor's space. The continent formed by the chaos style could be big or small. It was completely up to Lu Ming's will. If Lu Ming wanted, he could even make it 10 times bigger. But in that case, the power would be too scattered and the power would not be strong. The smaller the area, the more powerful it would be. However, Lu Ming didn't need too much power now, because among the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace, except for Yichu Tianji, the others were not worth mentioning in front of Lu Ming. They were all characters that Lu Ming could kill with a flick of his finger. Rumble. The continent formed by the chaos style pressed down, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It enveloped all the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace. Ah! Attack! Attack! Stop him! The geniuses from the Heavenly Palace roared. These people were all personal disciples of the big shots from the Heavenly Palace. They were all from different races. At this moment, they all transformed into their true forms and unleashed their strongest battle prowess, using their most powerful moves to attack the Your Wilds continent. Dozens of light pillars shot up into the sky and bombarded the chaos style. But it was useless. The moment they came into contact with the chaos style, the attacks collapsed. Boom! The huge continent smashed into the ground, trying to flatten everything. Bam! 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 The bodies of the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace kept exploding as they died. In the end, only Yechu Tianji was still alive, but he was also sent flying, drawing a ditch a few hundred miles in the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was too strong. This move was even more terrifying. He almost thought that he was going to be killed. Swoosh! Yechu Tianji reacted quickly. He slapped the ground and rushed out, continuing to escape into the distance. Yechu Tianji, since you're here today, don't think about leaving, Lu Ming said coldly. His body flashed a few times and caught up with Yechu Tianji. At the same time, another continent appeared above Yechu Tianji's head. It was still the chaos style, but now Lu Ming had shrunk the size of the continent by a lot. The mountains and rivers of the continent could be vaguely seen, and its power was also much stronger. This time, the target was only Yechu Tianji. The continent's power was at its strongest with the size of the continent. Lu Ming wanted to kill Yechu Tianji once and for all. He did not want to waste any more time. Rumble. As the continent pressed down, heaven and earth trembled. The power was incomparably terrifying. Yechu Tianji's face was very serious. Ah, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Come out. Heavenly wolf armor. Yechu Tianji roared. The power of the heavens burned and exploded wildly. A battle armor appeared on the surface of his body. This battle armor emitted a terrifying aura. It was vast and unfathomable. Source-level divine weapon. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He could tell at a glance that the battle armor that appeared on Yechu Tianji's body was a source-level divine weapon. He wanted to use this source-level divine weapon to block Lu Ming's attack. But there were many restrictions in the ancestral land of the elves. Divine weapons could not be used. Chapter 45:14. Yechu Tianji wanted to summon his source-level armor to block Lu Ming's attack. However, there were many restrictions in the elven ancestral land that prevented the use of weapons. Yechu Tianji desperately burned the power of the heavens to activate the source-level armor. However, in the next moment, a powerful force of restriction pressed down on Yechu Tianji's body. The source-level armor on his body trembled and its light dimmed. It shrank and returned to Yechu Tianji's body. Damn it! Yechu Tianji roared in his heart. However, Lu Ming's attack was about to reach him. Lu Ming, I'll fight you to the death. Yechu Tianji roared, revealing a pained expression. Then, he roared and activated the Source Seed. He activated the Origin Source Seed and had it rush into the Source-grade Divine Armament battle armor. Buzz. The Source-level armor vibrated again and emitted a dazzling light. It appeared again and enveloped Yechu Tianji. Boom! The continent formed by the chaos style bombarded Yechu Tianji's body. Yechu Tianji's body flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. However, this time, Yechu Tianji immediately rushed out of the crater. His face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, his injuries were not serious. They were only light injuries. Most of the power of Lu Ming's attack had been absorbed by the source-level armor. He actually burned his Source Seed. He's really willing to. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were many restrictions here. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to activate the source-level armor. However, it was different if the Source Seed was burned. The source-level armor required the source energy to activate. The source energy was like a fuse that could ignite the power of the source-level armor. However, Yechu Tianji had only obtained the 3rd rank in the battle for the Source Seed. The Source Seed he had condensed was not big and did not contain much source energy. It could not be used to deal with or activate the source-level armor. Therefore, Yechu Tianji decided to burn his entire Source Seed to activate the source-grade battle armor. Only then would he be able to activate the source-grade battle armor. However, after the origin seed was burned, it would completely disappear. The origin energy seed was a shortcut to reciprocity. Now that it had been burned by Yi Chu Tianji, he felt extremely pained. His hatred for Lu Ming increased by several dozen times. Lu Ming, you damn bastard. Just you wait. Just you wait for my crazy revenge. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ye Chu Tianji's face was incomparably ferocious, filled with terrifying killing intent. He truly hated Lu Ming. He swore that in the future, he would definitely make Lu Ming suffer the greatest pain in the world. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He used the desolation form again, slamming Ye Chu Tianji into the ground. However, Ye Chu Tianji charged out again and fled into the distance. As he fled, he roared, Lu Ming, I have the source-level armor protecting me. You can't kill me. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. Just you wait for my revenge. Ha ha. Ye Chu Tianji laughed madly. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He said nothing. He secretly activated the source energy within the source energy and poured it into the war god's spear. Clang! As the source energy entered his body, the war god's spear seemed to awaken. It broke through the layers of restrictions and appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Swish! Lu Ming stabbed out, striking Ye Chu Tianji. However, Ye Chu Tianji's entire body was covered by the source-level armor. The spear only pierced the armor. The collision of the two weapons was extremely ear-piercing. This time, Ye Chu Tianji's body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. This was because he discovered that a large part of the source-level armor had caved in. It was damaged. This was a source-level armor, but it was damaged. This was too terrifying. He originally thought that with the protection of the source-level armor, he could rest easy and escape from the elf race's ancestral land. But now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. Swish! Lu Ming's attacks did not stop. After the first stab, the second stab immediately followed. Ye Chu Tianji was shocked. He frantically retreated and flashed his body, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, he was overthinking. Lu Ming's speed was clearly far above his. In the end, Lu Ming's second spear hit Ye Chu Tianji. Moreover, it hit the same spot as the first spear. Ye Chu Tianji screamed as his body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles. When he looked down, he was scared out of his wits. That was because the dent on the soul-grade divine weapon battle armor had gotten even bigger. He could even see a small crack on it. Although it was very small, it was really a crack. The source-level armor was about to be pierced through. Ye Chu Tianji's heart was trembling. It was caused by fear. He knew that Lu Ming's source-level armor was of a higher level than his. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Send a message. Send a message. Ye Chu Tianji suddenly activated the illusory sacred jade and sent a message inside. Lu Ming is... Ye Chu Tianji shouted at the illusory sacred jade with his soul. However, just as he shouted a few words, Lu Ming's third stab arrived. This time, it hit the same spot as the previous two. Crack! The source-grade armor on Yi Shudianji's body made a cracking sound as cracks appeared on it. There was even a small hole in the center of the crater. The hole was very small, but a wisp of spear light still rushed in and stabbed Ye Chu Tianji. Ye Chu Tianji screamed as a large hole appeared in his body. However, Ye Chu Tianji was only severely injured. He wasn't dead yet. His eyes were filled with determination. He continued to shout, Lu Ming is in the elf race's ancestral land. Avenge me. After shouting with his soul, Ye Chu Tianji laughed. Lu Ming, I've already sent a message. Even if you kill me, you will die. You can't escape. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He had attacked continuously, but Ye Chu Tianji's source-level armor was too hard. Even with the sharpness of the battle god spear, it couldn't be pierced with 1 or 2 stab attacks. This gave Ye Chu Tianji a chance to send a message. It took some time to send a message using the illusory sacred jade, but this time was very short. A slight delay and the message would spread. Now that the heavenly human race outside knew that he was inside, it wouldn't be so easy for him to escape. "I'll send you on your way first," Lu Ming said coldly. He became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward Yechu Tianji. Yechu Tianji naturally didn't want to be killed. He tried his best to dodge, but it was impossible for him to dodge Lu Ming's attack now that he was severely injured. Poof! The fourth stab hit the same spot as the previous three. Chapter 45:15. But this time, Yichu Tianji's source-grade armor was pierced through and could no longer block Lu Ming's attack. Puff! The terrifying spear light pierced through Yichu Tianji's body and entered his body. "Ah, Lu Ming, the heavenly palace won't let you go." Yichu Tianji let out a blood-curdling scream before his body was destroyed by the destructive power of the spear light. Even his soul was annihilated along with it. Yichu Tianji was dead. This time, he was truly dead. There was no way he could come back to life. This former strongest heavenly emperor had just broken through to the divine master realm and was full of ambition. He wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, but in the end, he lost his life in Lu Ming's hands. Only the source-grade armor was left floating in the air, its light dim. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the source-level divine armor in his hand. What a pity! Lu Ming shook his head. The armor was damaged. If it was intact, it would be too useful. Lu Ming was very tempted by its defensive power. If it weren't for the fact that the War God Spear was a top-tier source-grade weapon, it would have been difficult to break through the armor. With such an armor, he could save his life at a critical moment. In the untainted universe, source-grade magic weapons were already extremely rare, let alone defense-type ones. Every single one of them was extremely rare. Every single one of them was a peerless treasure. Even reciprocity experts would put their lives on the line for a source-grade armor like this. It was too rare. This could be seen from the Life Spirit Heavenly Court's 18 Guardian Divine Weapons. The 18 Temple Garrison Divine Weapons were all offensive divine weapons. None of them were defensive divine weapons. It could be seen from this. But now that it was damaged, it wasn't very useful. I'll keep it first and see if I can find someone to repair it. If not, I'll just give it to Xianxia. Lu Ming pondered. Speaking of Xianxia, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Xianxia on his wrist. In the Life Spirit Heavenly Court, Xianxia had swallowed a damaged source-grade weapon and reached the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Later on, they stayed in the Creation Divine Formation for 300 years. During this time, Lu Ming gave the other damaged source-grade weapons and master-grade weapons to Xianxia. During that time, Xianxia had been digesting the damaged source-grade weapons and master-grade weapons. Lu Ming originally thought that with Xianxia's physique, he could quickly break through to the Divine Master Realm. But in reality, Xianxia was still at the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Could it be that Xianxia had also encountered a bottleneck? Or did it not eat enough damaged source-grade weapons? During this period of time, Xianxia was in a deep sleep and focused on refining. Lu Ming did not ask about it. "Lu Ming, what do we do now?" Ling Yue flew over and asked. "Yue, you enter my space first. I'll use the great imitation technique to test it out." Lu Ming said. You have to be careful." Yue nodded and entered the Chaos Ring. As for Lu Ming, he transformed into a young heavenly human. He was one of the people who had entered before. Then, he headed towards the exit of the first floor. At this moment, outside the Elven Ancestral Land, there was an uproar. Several terrifying auras reverberated in the void, filled with terrifying pressure. Lu Ming is in the Elven Ancestral Land. Damn it, Yechu Tianji is in danger. Yechu of Beak roared. The heavenly human race was also divided into many factions, most of which were divided by surname. Yechu Tianji was the strongest genius in the Yechu sect. His future was limitless. He had been nurtured by the Yechu sect with all their might, and who knew how many resources had been spent. However, from the news that Yechu Tianji had just sent out, he seemed to be in danger. Yechu Tianji has already broken through to the Divine Master Realm. Is he still not a match for Lu Ming? Yelling Flight said with a frown. That Lu Ming is too monstrous. He can't be measured by common sense. Maybe he has also broken through to the Divine Master Realm. Although it's inconceivable, we have to be prepared for it. Yechu of Beach said, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. How did Lu Ming get in? Could it be that he was already inside with the Elven Princess? Or did he sneak in with Yechu Tianji and the others? Yelling Flight said, it's hard to say. It's possible. Yechu of Beach said, if he really sneaked in with Yechu Tianji and the others, then this person's disguise technique is really amazing. He can even fool us. Maybe later, he will impersonate us and come out. Yelling Flight said, Brother Fidu and I have the same idea. Yechu of Beach nodded, then suddenly raised his voice and rang in everyone's ears. Listen up, whoever comes out of the Elven ancestral land, no matter who they are, don't let them go. Take them all and let us interrogate them. Yes, the others answered loudly. Lu Ming passed through the 9th floor, the 8th floor. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the 1st floor. Looking at the entrance, Lu Ming frowned. For some reason, he felt that this trip would not be so easy. Since they had already received the news of Yechu Tianji, the people of the Heavenly Palace would definitely not let him go so easily. Perhaps everyone who came out would be carefully examined. Lu Ming could use the great imitation technique to fool people like the Lord Heaven, but that was because the other party did not check carefully. If they took him down and carefully examined him, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Not to mention anything else, they would be able to find out if he said a few words. He only imitated the other party's appearance and aura, but he did not know the other party's memories at all. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Lu Ming stepped out and entered the exit. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the hall outside. However, Lu Ming stood at the edge of the entrance and did not take a step forward. Instead, he looked around. Then his heart skipped a beat. In the hall, there were many masters of the Heavenly Palace who surrounded the exit so that not even a drop of water could pass through. At this time, these people's eyes fell on Lu Ming, and there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Xianxia, so it's you? Why did you come out alone? Where are the others? A burly heavenly human tribe man asked. Only then did Lu Ming know that the heavenly human youth he had imitated was called Xianxia. It's like this, I suddenly had a feeling that my realm might be showing signs of a breakthrough. So the emperor asked me to come out and return to the heavenly palace to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming said, this reason was actually very appropriate. Some people might feel an opportunity to break through at the last moment, so it was normal for them to go back and find a place to break through safely. If there was no news from Yechu Tianji, he would most likely be able to fool them and successfully leave here. However, these people were only half believing and half doubting. Their spiritual consciousness swept over Lu Ming's body and confirmed that the life origin aura was indeed Xianxia. However, the Lord of Heaven had ordered that no matter who came out, they would be taken down. The apex. Chapter 45:16. All right, Xianxia, come out first. Your breakthrough is more important. Hurry back to the heavenly palace. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe said. His eyes flashed with a hint of urgency, and Lu Ming caught it clearly. Let me think about it. The journey back to the heavenly palace is too far. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Everyone, how about this? Give me some pills, and I'll break through in the elf tribe's ancestral land. How about that? After saying that, Lu Ming moved slowly, as if he was going to re-enter the elf tribe's ancestral land. The surrounding people were a little anxious. Xianxia, come out first. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. The middle-aged man from the heavenly human tribe slowly approached Lu Ming. Looks like these people would rather kill 100 by mistake than let one person go. Lu Ming sighed his heart. It was impossible to escape by pretending to be a member of the heavenly human tribe. Take him down. Suddenly, A loud roar came from outside the main hall. Then, a powerful force surged in and rushed toward Lu Ming, trying to suppress Lu Ming. This was the attack of someone on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He burst out with energy and rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared on the first level of the elf tribe's ancestral land. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, Yechu of Beach rushed in with a gloomy face. "That kid is Lu Ming. Don't even think about leaving." Yechu of Beach roared and rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, he also appeared on the first level of the elf tribe's ancestral land. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw Yechu of Beach. He quickly retreated. "Lu Ming, where's Yichu Tianji? What did you do to him?" Yechu of Beach roared and grabbed with his palm. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Before the palm arrived, a terrifying force had already pressed down on Lu Ming. Bang! The ground beneath Lu Ming's feet directly exploded. The bones all over his body crackled, and dozens of them broke. He wanted to retreat and dodge, but he couldn't do it all. He was completely suppressed by this force and couldn't move at all. "I'm in trouble." Lu Ming's expression was ugly. However, at this moment, emerald green rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. These rays of light appeared out of nowhere and surged towards Yechu of Beach's large hand like waves. King Yechu's roar shook violently. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier, like it was made of porcelain. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Then, the emerald green light surged toward Yechu of Beach. "Break!" Yechu of Beach roared, and a battle sword appeared in his hand. This was a master-level divine weapon. He roared, and the supreme power of heaven erupted. He slashed with the sword with all his strength, trying to split the emerald green light apart. However, when the battle sword slashed into the emerald green light, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It had no effect on the emerald green light at all. The emerald green light hit Yechu of Beach. His body shook violently, and he couldn't help but step back and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Old man of the elf tribe," Yechu of Beach roared. This was a restriction set up by the ancestors of the elf tribe. Once one's age exceeded the age limit, they would be suppressed by the restriction. Obviously, this restriction was very powerful. Even the existence of the Lord of Heaven couldn't resist it. "Lu Ming, surrender obediently, and I'll leave your corpse intact." Yechu of Beach roared, his eyes cold. "That's what Yichu Tianji said to me in the past. Now I've killed him," Lu Ming said lightly. Yichu Tianji's origin-level divine weapon armor appeared in his hand. Moreover, he had also changed back to his original appearance. Since he had been guessed correctly, there was no need to hide it. You're courting death," Yechu of Beach roared. Looking at the origin-level divine weapon armor in Lu Ming's hand, his eyes were about to spit fire. The strong murderous intent almost materialized. The fact that the origin-level divine weapon armor was in Lu Ming's hand meant that Yichu Tianji was really dead. The strongest emperor, a peerless genius with a 12-star combat strength, was killed by Lu Ming just like that. This was a great loss for the heavenly human tribe. For the Yichu sect, it was an incalculable loss. His heart was bleeding. "Oh, you want to kill me? Come on, I'm right here. Come and kill me." Lu Ming stretched out his arms, as if waiting for Yechu of Beach to kill him. This made Yechu of Beach gnash his teeth in anger. He roared and wanted to kill Lu Ming, but when he was hit by the green light, he couldn't help but spit out blood and retreat. Now, the green light between heaven and earth was getting denser and denser. It gathered together and kept rushing toward Yechu of Beach. Puff! Puff! Yechu of Beach spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his injuries were quite serious. If this continued, he would be killed by the power of the restriction here. "Lu Ming, you can't escape. The heavenly masters of the heavenly palace will soon come and break the restriction here. When that time comes, you will end up very miserable. I promise," Yechu of Beach roared, and then quickly retreated out of the exit of the ancestral land of the elf tribe. Lu Ming's face became serious. The situation was indeed not good. The exit was blocked, and there was no way out. He could only stay in the ancestral land of the elf tribe. Once the heavenly masters of the heavenly palace came and broke the restriction of the ancestral land of the elf tribe, he would have nowhere to run. Let's try to send a message to Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming took out the special voice transmission Jade Talisman of the Heaven Destroyer. However, it was useless. The message could not be sent out. It was blocked by the restriction here. It's really over. This restriction. Lu Ming had a love-hate relationship with the restriction of the ancestral land of the elf tribe. If it wasn't for this restriction, the people of the heavenly palace would have already killed their way in. However, the restriction now prevented him from sending a message. Without help, he would die sooner or later. Lu Ming tried a few more times, but it was useless. Then, he tried to go to the second level, but it was still useless. The restriction on the second level was stronger, and the message could not be sent out. Find Yue and ask for news. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to explore the Great Desolate Ring and contacted Ling Yue. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yue appeared in front of him. Lu Ming, what kind of treasure is that? It's too magical. When Ling Yue saw Lu Ming, she said in shock. Right now, the elves in the Great Desolate Ring were all stunned. The continent inside the Great Desolate Ring was simply too big. Moreover, the cultivation environment was simply too good. It gave Ling Yue the feeling of being in the supreme immortal city. She had casually explored it just now and was stunned. This is called the Great Desolate Ring. It's the most precious treasure of the heavenly court. Lu Ming did not hide anything and said it directly. He did not hide anything from Ling Yue. Actually, there was no need to hide it. This was because there were many heavenly human races who had not died in the life-spirit heavenly court. The upper echelons of the heavenly palace probably knew that he had obtained the Great Desolate Ring by now. It's actually the most precious treasure of the life-spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue was also deeply shocked as she said, "Could it be that something happened to the life-spirit heavenly court? My life-spirit origin stone fragment from before flew away on its own." Lu Ming and Ling Yue had a simple conversation about the life-spirit heavenly court. Ling Yue's life-spirit origin stone fragment had indeed flown away on its own, but that was because the elf tribe had encountered a great calamity. So how could she have the mood to care about the life-spirit origin stone fragment? Peak. Chapter 45:17. Lu Ming also briefly explained the matter of the life-spirit heavenly court and asked, "Yue, are there any other exits in the ancestral land of the elves?" "No, what's wrong? You can't get out of the previous exit?" Ling Yue said, "I can't get out. The news has been spread." Lu Ming recounted what had happened before. Ling Yue's expression became serious again. After a long while, Ling Yue pulled Lu Ming's big hand and said, "Lu Ming, I've implicated you." "Silly girl, what are you talking about? I've implicated you all. Don't worry, even if I die, I will send you all out safely. Also, take this seed of the saint tree with you. If you can escape, you can plant it." Lu Ming took out the holy tree seed that he had left behind all those years ago and placed it in Ling Yue's hands. "Lu Ming." Ling Yue's eyes were slightly red as she said, "You can't die. I won't allow you to die. I want you to use your entire life to compensate me." "Haha, don't worry. I, Lu Ming, have lived for so many years. What kind of scene have I not seen? It won't be that easy for the heavenly palace to kill me." A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Since there was no other way, he could only go all out. Lu Ming still had one more trump card, and that was the purple copper coffin. At this time, even if Lu Ming didn't want to open it, he had to. Taking advantage of the fact that the former Empyrean level expert had yet to arrive, Lu Ming planned to use the purple copper coffin to fight. Otherwise, when the Empyrean level expert arrived, even if he used the purple copper coffin, he might not be able to escape. Lu Ming let Ling Yue rush into the Great Desolate Ring, then summoned the purple copper coffin and walked towards the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the entrance and arrived at the Great Hall. Of course, Lu Ming was close to the whirlpool, ready to escape if the situation went wrong. "It's Lu Ming. The moment Lu Ming appeared, he was discovered. The people from the heavenly palace looked at Lu Ming in shock. They obviously did not expect Lu Ming to actually dare to come out. The Lord of Heaven is not here. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and knew that the Lord of Heaven was not here. Lu Ming had already been discovered. The people from the heavenly palace had never thought that Lu Ming would dare to come out, so the Lord of Heaven was not guarding the Great Hall's palace. Take him down. The people from the heavenly palace came to their senses. They roared and charged toward Lu Ming. All kinds of attacks also surged toward Lu Ming. Go to hell. Lu Ming sneered. He grabbed the purple copper coffin with both hands and pushed it with all his might, trying to open the lid of the purple copper coffin. However, it did not budge. The lid of the purple copper coffin did not budge, not even an inch. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little anxious. He pushed again, but it still did not budge. At this moment, the attacks from the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace experts were about to reach. There was no lack of terrifying experts among them. At this critical moment, Lu Ming could only place the purple copper coffin in front of him and retreat rapidly. Dang, dang, dang. Many attacks bombarded the purple copper coffin, causing violent vibrations. The powerful force made Lu Ming retreat even faster. He rushed directly into the whirlpool and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared on the first level of the elf ancestral land. The powerful force made him retreat continuously, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's face was a little pale. Although the purple copper coffin had blocked those attacks, he was still injured by the rebound force. However, Lu Ming's face was very ugly. He was more concerned about the purple copper coffin. Why couldn't the purple copper coffin open just now? Let's try again. Lu Ming continued to push the lid of the purple copper coffin, but it still did not budge. No matter what method Lu Ming used, he could not open it. Nest, you dropped the ball at this critical moment. Lu Ming really wanted to curse out loud. What's wrong with the purple copper coffin? What happened? Why can't I open it? It used to be easy to open. When Lu Ming first got the purple copper coffin, his cultivation was very low, but he could open it. Now that his cultivation had reached the almighty realm, he could not open it. What the hell happened? Could it be related to his past self? The last time he opened the purple copper coffin, his past self was sucked into the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming had never used the purple copper coffin again. Now, he could not open it when he took it out. The purple copper coffin could not be used. His strongest trump card was gone. How could he get out? Soon, Lu Ming returned to the first level and sat cross-legged. There was no other way. He could only take it one step at a time. Staying on the first level, Lu Ming observed the movements outside at all times. However, behind Lu Ming was the entrance to the second level. This was also to prevent accidents. If something went wrong, he could quickly rush to the second level. Lu Ming did not wait for long. 2 days later, rumble. Heaven and earth began to shake violently. Following that, emerald green rays of light began to emanate from the ground and the void, rushing towards a certain direction. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, an expert has rushed in. Could it be a heavenly master? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming guessed correctly. At this moment, the heavenly palace had indeed dispatched a lord of heaven. It was an old man, Minghua Tianzuan. After he arrived, he directly rushed into the ancestral land of the elf clan, which naturally triggered the attack of the ancestral land of the elf clan. On the first level, endless emerald green light rushed toward the heavenly masters of the heavenly human clan. However, Emperor Minghua chopped down with his palm and split these multicolored lights apart. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, today you can't escape. Minghua Tianzuan spoke, and his voice instantly spread throughout the first level. He took a step forward and quickly closed the distance between him and Lu Ming. It's really a heavenly master. Retreat. Lu Ming was shocked. In a flash, he rushed into the entrance to the second level, and then quickly flew toward the entrance to the third level. Not long after Lu Ming entered the second level, Minghua Tianzuan also arrived at the entrance just now. He stepped out and also entered the second level. As soon as he arrived at the second level, endless emerald green light appeared on the second level and rushed toward Minghua Tianzuan. Tens of thousands of rays of light gathered together and rushed out like a vast sea. Minghua Tianzuan's palm was still like a knife. With a slap, an incomparably huge sword light burst out from his palm and slashed toward the emerald green light. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook, and the emerald green light kept flickering. However, there were more rays of light rushing toward Minghua Tianzuan. The restrictive power of the second level was obviously much stronger than the first level. However, it still couldn't stop Minghua Tianzuan. His palm kept slashing down, breaking the rays of light and chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming was already familiar with the ancestral land of the elf clan. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the third level and entered the third level. Then, he rushed to the fourth level without stopping. The second level didn't trap Minghua Tianzuan for long. Soon, he also arrived at the third level, the apex. Chapter 45:18. The forbidden power of the third floor was even more terrifying. When Minghua Tianzuan set foot on the third floor, the emerald light that filled the sky rushed toward Minghua Tianzuan, wanting to drown him. Old fellows of the elven race, when they were alive, they had to bow and scrape before me. Now that they're dead, they still want to stop me? What a joke! Minghua Tianzuan said indifferently. Thousands of bolts of lightning erupted from his body. This was the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment at the level of a heavenly venerate was just too terrifying. Who knew how many bolts of pure white lightning erupted in an instant? Who knew if there were hundreds of thousands or millions of bolts of lightning? They filled the entire sky and collided with the emerald light. Rumble! The world shook violently. Space was torn apart, and the ground constantly exploded. Huge craters appeared on the ground, as well as cracks that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. The entire third floor seemed like it was about to be torn apart. Not only that, but it also affected the first and second floors. The worlds of the first and second levels trembled continuously. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire world became extremely unstable. Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn as he approached the entrance to the fourth floor from the third floor. A heavenly venerate was just too powerful. The restrictions of the elven ancestral land were most likely unable to stop them. After all, this was a living origin realm expert, while the ones who had set down the restrictions of the elven ancestral land were only origin realm experts who had already died. The difference in strength was a stark contrast. The elven ancestral land was naturally unable to stop a living heavenly venerate. The elven ancestral land is about to explode. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he charged into the entrance to the fourth floor without any hesitation. After arriving at the fourth floor, Lu Ming charged into the entrance to the fifth floor without any hesitation. The further he went, the stronger the restrictions became. Lu Ming hoped that the restrictions at the back would be able to stop them. Even if they couldn't, they could at least delay them for a while. The longer they delayed, the more likely variables would appear. Not long after Lu Ming arrived at the fourth floor, Minghua Tianzuan also arrived at the 10th floor. The restrictive power of the fourth floor was clearly stronger than that of the third floor. The emerald green light here was almost solid, turning into lines of runes that wrapped around Minghua Tianzuan. Minghua Tianzuan shouted. The power of heavenly punishment appeared in his right hand, and the power of heavenly punishment appeared in his left hand. The two supreme powers of heavens formed into two different swords. With a wave of his sword, boundless sword light burst out in all directions. The forbidden power of the elves' ancestral land was forcefully broken open. Terrifying sword marks appeared on the ground, almost splitting the entire fourth level. He strode forward, getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also pushed his speed to the limit, flying rapidly. Just like this, the two of them, one chasing the other, arrived at the fifth floor, the sixth floor, the seventh floor. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the ninth floor. And Minghua, Tianzuan also arrived at the ninth floor. The restrictive power of the ninth floor had almost reached its peak. Not only that, but the restrictive power of the first 8 floors also gathered at the ninth floor, turning into countless runes. These runes then condensed into incomparably huge arrows. Each of these arrows was as long as 100 miles, shooting toward Minghua, Heavenly Empyrean. The elves' ancestral land only has 9 floors in total. Lu Ming, what do you think you can run to now? Minghua Tianzuan said indifferently. His voice spread far and wide, as if he was a cat catching a mouse. As he spoke, a battle sword appeared in his hand. This battle sword exuded a terrifying wave of energy. This was a source-level divine weapon. As a veteran celestial master of the Heavenly Palace, it was normal for him to have a source-level divine weapon. Clang! The source-level battle sword vibrated, making a loud sword sound. Sword chi soared into the sky, instantly triggering hundreds of millions of sword chi, colliding with the sky full of arrows. Rumble. The collision between the two sides destroyed heaven and earth, and the terrifying force swept in all directions. If this confrontation was in the universe, it would probably destroy a galaxy. The power was too strong, and the elves' ancestral land could not withstand such a terrifying collision. The space collapsed, the earth cracked, and the explosions continued. The first floor was the first to collapse. The restrictive power of the first floor was the weakest, and now that it gathered on the ninth floor to suppress Minghua Tianzuan, the restrictive power of the previous floors became even weaker. The protective power also became very weak, and could not withstand the terrifying aftermath at all. The earth of the first floor was completely torn apart, and the void was full of hideous cracks, looking incomparably terrifying. Then, a big explosion occurred. The first floor was constantly exploding and annihilating, and was sucked into the endless dark void. The first floor of the elves' ancestral land was destroyed. Then, the second floor, the third floor, one floor after another exploded. The evil spirits in the stone towers were also reduced to ashes by the terrifying power and dissipated into thin air. Lu Ming saw this scene through the space crack. He gasped, and his heart was extremely heavy. Soon, Lu Ming came to the entrance to the 10th floor. Standing there, Lu Ming did not move, and he was not in a hurry to rush to the 10th floor. He wanted to observe the situation. At the same time, he took out the purple copper coffin again and wanted to open it, but it did not move at all. Slash, slash, slash. Minghua Tianzuan shouted, and his battle sword kept slashing out. However, the restrictive power of this floor was also incomparably strong. Most importantly, the restrictive power of the 10th floor was also activated, and it gathered together to suppress Minghua Tianzuan. For a moment, the two sides were in a deadlock, and Minghua Tianzuan could not rush over for a while. This made Minghua Tianzuan's eyes flashed with anger. He took action personally, but he could not take down Lu Ming in a short time, which made him extremely unhappy and felt that he had lost face. He roared angrily, constantly urging his power to resist the restrictive power of the elves' ancestral land. At this time, the restrictive power of the elves' ancestral land was also at its peak. Endless emerald light condensed into 3 huge figures. These were 3 elves, and their bodies were emitting endless light. Their appearances could not be seen clearly, but it could be felt that their auras were extremely terrifying. They were definitely top experts. Are these the 3 Origin Realm experts in the history of the elves? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The restrictive power was at its peak, and 3 Origin Realm experts were condensed. They drew their bows at the same time and shot an arrow at Minghua Tianzuan. There were only 3 arrows, and they were not big, but Minghua Tianzuan's eyes were extremely solemn. 2 marks appeared between his eyebrows, as if they were resonating with the universe. At this moment, his power had become even stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He slashed out 3 sword lights with all his might, and they slashed at the 3 arrows. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 arrows were blocked. However, the sword light that Minghua Heavenly Venerate had unleashed also dissipated. Kill! Minghua Tianzuan roared, and his figure soared into the sky, killing one of the origin realm experts of the elves. Chapter 45:19. Minghua Tianzuan charged at one of the origin realm elves with all his might. He pushed his origin realm sword with all his might and destroyed the arrow of the origin realm elves with a single arrow. Then, he continued to slash out with his sword, trying to kill them one by one. However, these 3 origin realm elves were not real living beings. They were formed by the power of the restriction. They could be said to be one entity. Therefore, their cooperation was flawless. The 2 of them shot out 2 terrifying arrows that went straight for Minghua Tianzuan's forehead and dantian. For cultivators, the forehead and dantian were the most vital points. They were too fast, their timing was too accurate, and their power was too strong. Minghua Tianzuan did not dare to agree. He could only use all his strength to block. Naturally, he could not attack one of them. Just like that, the 2 sides went back and forth for more than 10 rounds, but it was difficult to determine a victor. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 sides caused severe damage to the ancestral land of the elves. At this moment, the first 6 floors had already exploded and disappeared. The 7th floor was also full of holes. On the 7th floor, many stone towers cracked, and many evil spirits rushed out. This was the 7th floor. The evil spirits suppressed here were already extremely powerful. In particular, the evil spirits in each stone tower were even more powerful. They roared and flew around randomly. In the blink of an eye, Minghua Tianzuan and the 3 elves exchanged more than 10 rounds, but there was still no victor. Listen up. I'll block the power of the restriction of the elves' ancestral land. You guys go and suppress Lu Ming. Minghua Tianzuan shouted to the other experts of the Heavenly Palace. He was also afraid that things would change if he delayed. This was because during this period of time, Heaven Destroyer had sent out many experts to secretly hide in the various star regions of the elves to save some elves. During this period of time, the experts of the Heavenly Palace had fought with these people many times. If time continued to delay, he was afraid that the origin realm experts of Heaven Destroyer would come and save Lu Ming. Therefore, he blocked the power of the restriction with all his strength and let the others do the work. Go! Swish! 2 figures pounced in Lu Ming's direction at high speed. They were Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight, the 2 Lord of Heaven. Their reactions were the fastest, and their speed was also the fastest. The first 6 levels had already been destroyed, leaving behind only some wreckage. Of course, since they had just been destroyed, the entire place was still filled with destructive power, and the void was extremely chaotic. Of course, this wasn't a problem for the 2 Lord of Heaven-level figures. They charged through and quickly arrived at the 7th floor. Roar, roar, roar. J. When the 2 of them arrived at the 7th floor, those evil spirits screamed and charged at them. Mere evil spirits exterminate. Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight shouted coldly. Their strongest heavenly power erupted, and their divine might was vast and mighty, especially since they both controlled the power of heavenly punishment. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts pressed down, and those evil spirits were struck by the thunderbolts. Their bodies were directly annihilated and turned into ashes. Only those evil spirits guarding the tower were stronger. They blocked the thunderbolt's attack and weren't immediately annihilated, but their light dimmed and they were severely injured. The evil spirits on the 7th floor couldn't stop the 2 Lord of Heaven at all. They quickly broke through the encirclement and arrived at the 8th floor. The evil spirits on the 8th floor were even more powerful, especially those guarding the tower. They were extremely terrifying existences. When Lu Ming and the others came to the last few floors, they didn't dare to open the stone tower at all. In the face of those guarding the tower, even if they had the royal blood of the elves, it would be useless. This was because the evil spirits here were all suppressed by the elves when they were alive. They were extremely terrifying existences. After turning into evil spirits, their strength was still astonishing. A large group of evil spirits charged at Yechu of Beach in yelling flight, causing great trouble for them. That's right, evil spirits. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The evil spirits here might be a great help to him. Many of the evil spirits in the Evil Spirit Tower on the 9th floor had yet to be released. Lu Ming immediately contacted Ling Yue and asked her to lend him the holy tree seed. Ling Yue naturally wouldn't be unwilling in the slightest. Lu Ming held the holy tree seed and rushed towards a tall stone tower. After arriving at the bottom of the stone tower, Lu Ming directly opened the door of the stone tower. Then, he threw a punch into the stone tower, causing it to shake violently. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the stone tower. Following that, an incomparably powerful aura spread out. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. Immediately, a terrifying evil spirit rushed out of the stone tower. This evil spirit's aura was incomparably powerful. Its gloomy and cold aura covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming shuddered. This evil spirit was absolutely terrifying. Its strength had probably reached the extremely high level of the Divine Master Realm. When it saw Lu Ming, it revealed a sinister expression and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly raised the holy tree seed in his hand. The holy tree seed emitted a hazy light and a mysterious aura spread out. When the evil spirit sensed the aura of the holy tree seed, its body suddenly stopped. It looked at the holy tree seed with fear in its eyes. Slowly, the evil spirit roared a few times and retreated. Its gaze fell on Ming Hua Tianzuan, who was fighting with the 3 elves. It hesitated for a moment, as if it was very afraid. It didn't dare to rush over and could only pace around anxiously. How cowardly! Lu Ming disdained. However, although this evil spirit didn't dare to attack Ming Hua Tianzuan, it should be able to stop Yechu of Beach and yelling flight from behind. This wasn't bad either. Lu Ming pounced on the next stone pagoda and released the evil spirit in the stone pagoda. Little bastard! Ming Hua Tianzuan roared angrily and wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However, the 3 elves wouldn't let him succeed. They kept attacking Ming Hua Tianzuan, leaving him with no time to spare. Soon, Lu Ming opened more than a dozen stone towers on the 9th floor and released Lu Ming's pagoda guardian evil spirits. More than a dozen terrifying evil spirits, leading thousands of other evil spirits, were howling and roaring. It was extremely terrifying. When Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight rushed to the 9th floor, these evil spirits immediately discovered them and rushed towards them. As for the other people from the Heavenly Palace, they could only watch from the outside. With their strength, not only would they not be of help, but they would also be killed by the evil spirits. The evil spirits on the 9th floor were extremely powerful. Yechu of Beach and Yelling Flight were blocked. The 2 of them rushed left and right, but they couldn't break out of the encirclement of the evil spirits. This made them extremely angry. They had clearly mobilized so many experts, but they still couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. At this time, Lu Ming's face changed and became a little ugly. This was because he found that Ming Hua Tianzuan was gradually suppressing the 3 elves. The power of the seal is constantly weakening. Lu Ming's face was a little ugly. Yes, the power of the seal was constantly weakening. After all, the power of the seal was dead and limited. In the constant confrontation with Ming Hua Tianzuan, the power of the seal was constantly being consumed. Every time it was consumed, it would weaken a little. Ming Hua Tianzuan was in the origin realm, so his power could be said to be endless. Although it couldn't be said to be endless, it was more resistant than the power of the seal. Chapter 45:20. If this went on, the power of the restriction wouldn't be able to stop Ming Hua Tianzuan for long. Lu Ming, you're too naive to expect this mere restriction power to stop me. Let's see how you're going to stop me when the restriction power is depleted a little more. Minghua Tianzuan said coldly. Lu Ming didn't say anything. His expression was ugly. Indeed, when the restriction power couldn't stop the other party, he would have no way out. At this moment, he realized that Ling Yue was calling out to him. Yue, what's the matter? Lu Ming's spiritual sense communicated with Ling Yue through the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming, there's another stone pagoda on the 10th floor of the ancestral grounds. There's an extremely terrifying evil spirit suppressed inside. You can release it to deal with the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Ling Yue said, the 10th floor also suppresses an evil spirit. Lu Ming was surprised. In his impression, the 10th floor was a wasteland. Back then, he had only discovered a holy seed mother tree and nothing else. That's right. Over the years, we've been constantly exploring the 10th floor. According to some ancient records, there is indeed an evil spirit on the 10th floor. It's extremely terrifying. It's very likely that it was an origin realm existence when it was alive. Ling Yue said, an existence of the origin realm. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that an extraordinary figure had appeared among the ancestors of the elves. He could even kill an existence of the origin realm. All right, tell me where it is. I'll go and release it. Lu Ming said, the more chaotic it was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more chaotic it was. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Let me out, I'll go with you. That evil spirit is extremely terrifying. Even if you have the seed of the holy tree, you might not be able to intimidate it. You still need the power of my bloodline and the treasures of the elves on me to intimidate it. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming originally didn't want to let Ling Yue out, but what Ling Yue said made sense. If he let that terrifying evil spirit out, the seed of the holy tree wouldn't be able to intimidate it. Instead, he would be slapped to death by it. Lu Ming entered the 10th floor and released Ling Yue. Follow me, Ling Yue said, then rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, Lu Ming and Ling Yue arrived in front of a tall hill. This is the place where the evil spirits are suppressed. Lu Ming said, that's right, the stone pagoda is covered by mud. Ling Yue nodded. With a push of her palm, a powerful force surged forward. Ling Yue's meticulous control over her strength was like a cocoon, peeling off all the soil on the surface, leaving only a stone pagoda in front of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. This stone pagoda was different from the other stone pagodas. Around this stone pagoda, there were a few smaller stone pagodas. They were like guards, protecting the larger stone pagoda. In order to open the door to the large stone pagoda, one must destroy these small stone pagoda. These small stone pagoda have sealing power. Ling Yue said, all right, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lu Ming said as he punched out, hitting a small stone pagoda. With a boom, the small stone pagoda shook violently, but only a small corner was broken. So hard, Lu Ming was surprised. These stone pagodas are made of special materials. Lu Ming, use your divine armament to bombard them. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the war god spear appeared in his hand. Wong. The war god spear trembled and pierced towards the small stone pagoda. With a boom, the small stone pagoda exploded. On the other side, a battle bow also appeared in Ling Yue's hand. Source-level divine armament. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The source-level divine armament battle bow in Ling Yue's hand was not the one from before. The one from before was a blood-stained Elven King bow. The blood-stained Elven King bow should only be a main-level divine armament, but this one was a source-level divine armament. The Elf clan has existed for countless years. In history, there have been 3 Origin Realm experts. It's normal for them to have a source-level divine armament as their inheritance. Lu Ming pondered. Ling Yue shot out an arrow, and a careful stone pagoda was blasted apart. There were a total of 8 small stone pagodas. The 2 of them attacked consecutively, and very quickly, the 8 small stone pagodas exploded. Rumble. He didn't know if it was an illusion, But after the 8 small stone pagodas exploded, Lu Ming felt that the large stone pagoda trembled, as if the evil spirit inside had awakened. "Lu Ming, be careful," Ling Yue whispered with a solemn expression. Lu Ming nodded. He did not approach the stone pagoda. Instead, he used his taboo energy to form a large hand and open the door of the stone pagoda. As soon as the door opened, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's figures quickly retreated. This was because they could feel an extremely terrifying aura spreading out from within the door. It was like a tide that swept out in all directions. This aura was extremely cold and evil, as if it wanted to devour everything. Lu Ming grabbed the seed of the holy tree in his hand. Ling Yue stirred her blood, and the elven royal bloodline erupted with all its might. At the same time, the battle bow in her hand also emitted a dazzling light. Roar! An incomparably terrifying roar came from within the stone pagoda, and then an evil spirit crawled out. This evil spirit was like a lizard, but it had 9 heads and 3 tails. Its body was hundreds of meters long, and its 2 evil eyes stared at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. With a slight twist of its body, it arrived not far from the 2 of them. Lu Ming felt his body tense up, and cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the surface of his skin. This was a reaction that would only appear when facing a terrifying expert. Origin Realm. Lu Ming was sure that this evil spirit was extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel as if he was facing an Origin Realm expert. This evil spirit's gaze moved back and forth between Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Of course, it was mainly looking at the seed of the holy tree in Lu Ming's hand and the battle bow in Ling Yue's hand. Lu Ming felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. If this evil spirit attacked them, then they would really die. Fortunately, this evil spirit only glanced at them a few times before turning around and leaving. Its 9 heads roared, and the space was directly torn apart. It took a step forward and appeared on the 9th floor. Then, it pounced at Minghua Tianzuan. Its 9 huge mouths bit at Minghua Tianzuan. "Mere evil spirit, purify for me," Minghua Tianzuan roared. Sword light erupted as he fought with the evil spirit. Boom! Boom! The 2 collided continuously, causing devastating attacks. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the world on the 9th floor constantly exploded. Huge cracks continuously spread, even extending to the 10th floor. The 10th floor also shook violently, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Now, the power of the restrictions in the elven ancestral land had weakened, and its defense had been greatly reduced. In a battle between Origin Realm experts, it could not be stabilized at all. The entire elven ancestral land was being torn apart and collapsing. Not good. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated. In the sky, there were a few huge cracks that spread towards them from afar. Chapter 45-21. Minghua, Tianzuan, and the evil spirit engaged in an intense battle. However, although the evil spirit was in existence at the Origin Realm when it was alive, after turning into an evil spirit, its strength had been affected and it was no longer at its peak. However, with the addition of the 3 elven experts formed by the power of the restrictions, they could still fight against Minghua Tianzuan. /// Minghua Tianzuan was furious. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind as the Origin Grade battle sword in his hand moved unhindered. Sword Chi after Sword Chi had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Some of the Sword Chi was blocked by the evil spirit and the restrictions, but some of the Sword Chi directly slashed into the void and the ground. Boom! Boom! The void exploded and the ground sank. The first 8 levels of the world had completely exploded. The 9th and 10th levels were also constantly exploding. The world exploded, forming a destructive force that swept in all directions. Lu Ming and Ling Yue constantly flashed, dodging the chaotic flow of space. Yue, enter the chaos ring. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a powerful suction force enveloped Ling Yue, sending her into the chaos ring. He quickly retreated, heading toward the place where there was no explosion. However, the area of the 10th level that was not destroyed was getting smaller and smaller, and the place he could stay was also getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent envelop him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense, and his expression changed drastically. It was Yechu of Beach. He had actually broken through the evil spirit's defense and was rushing towards Lu Ming. His eyes were cold and filled with ferocious killing intent. The strength of a Lord of Heaven was too strong. The chaotic void turbulence and the chaotic destructive power did not affect him at all. The supreme power of heaven burst out and rushed through. The only thing he had to pay attention to was the aftermath of the battle between Minghua Tianzuan and the evil spirit. As long as he avoided these aftershocks, he would be fine. Ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see where you can run to now. Yechu of Beach sneered, his face incomparably malevolent. Yechu of Beach's killing intent soared to the extreme as soon as he thought about how Lu Ming had killed Yichu Tianji. Soon, Yechu of Beach was about to reach the 10th floor. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He glanced disdainfully at Yechu of Beach before charging into a large spatial crack. The spatial rifts here were different from the spatial rifts in the universe. This was because the elven ancestral land was being destroyed and exploding. The spatial cracks here were extremely chaotic and filled with terrifying destructive power. It was extremely dangerous. Even if an ordinary divine lord rushed in, they would be torn to pieces. Do you want to die? Yechu of Beach roared and rushed into the 10th floor at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming was already nowhere to be seen. He was furious and rushed into the spatial crack as well. In the huge space crack, there was a chaotic and destructive force everywhere, constantly rushing toward him. He activated the power of heaven to block it and scanned his surroundings. However, all he could see was boundless darkness, and he had lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it, Yechu of Beach roared. His supreme power of heaven erupted and broke through the chaotic, destructive power. He rushed in a direction, but he still couldn't find any trace of Lu Ming. He changed his direction again, but he still couldn't find him. In the pitch-black, chaotic void, he couldn't tell his direction or position. It was as if even time had stopped. Yechu of Beach continued to look in several directions, but he still couldn't find Lu Ming. He had no choice but to retreat. Where's Lu Ming? Minghua Tianzuan shouted when he saw Yechu of Beach come out alone. Yechu of Beach's face turned ugly. He said, Sky Sovereign, Lu Ming. Lu Ming is missing. Missing? You piece of trash. Minghua Tianzuan roared. He wanted to go and find Lu Ming personally, but he was entangled by the evil spirit and the restrictive power. He couldn't rush over it all. Send someone to seal off the surrounding space immediately. Once you find Lu Ming, send me a message immediately. Minghua Tianzuan shouted. Yes. Yechu of Beach and the others quickly received the order and sent someone to seal off the surrounding space. If Lu Ming was fine, he would probably appear in the nearby space. According to Yechu of Beach's conjecture, Lu Ming was most likely dead. This was because he knew how terrifying the chaotic, destructive power was. Anyone below the 7th tier of the Divine Master Realm would probably die if they entered. However, Lu Ming had a taboo body and possessed great fortune. They had to treat him with caution. Lu Ming was currently in a miserable state. The chaotic, destructive power of the void was too powerful. Although it couldn't do anything to Yechu of Beach, the difference in cultivation base between him and Yechu of Beach was too great. The chaotic, destructive power was a fatal threat to him. The moment he charged into the dark void, the chaotic, destructive power kept attacking him. The secret art he used to protect himself was instantly torn apart. The terrifying power slammed into Lu Ming's body. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. His skin was torn apart, and his muscles were torn apart. Finally, His bones and internal organs were torn apart and destroyed by the chaotic power of destruction. Charge! Charge! Lu Ming used all his strength to open a path with the war god spear. He chose a direction and charged forward. However, the destructive power around him kept surging toward him. As the destruction on the 10th level became more and more intense, the destructive power it produced also became stronger and stronger. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming's muscles were torn apart and then turned into powder that dissipated in the air. It looked too wretched. Soon, Lu Ming was covered in blood. Bam! Then, one of Lu Ming's legs exploded, followed by his arm. And then his body. Lu Ming's body was constantly being destroyed. In the end, he could only use his mind to control the war god spear and continue charging forward. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement of the chaotic destructive power and came to a calm dark void. However, Lu Ming was also severely injured. His body was in tatters, and even his consciousness was a little blurry. His vision turned black, and he couldn't even lift his eyelids. "I can't faint. I have to hold on," Lu Ming roared in his heart. He used his remaining strength and flew forward, disappearing into the dark void. When Yechu of Beach chased after him, Lu Ming had already broken through the chaotic, destructive area. Lu Ming felt that he had spent a long time, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed. After flying for a distance, Lu Ming's consciousness became more and more blurry. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted completely. His body also floated in the eternal dark void, drifting to an unknown direction. After a long time, Lu Ming woke up in a daze. "I'm still in the dark void. How long have I been unconscious?" Lu Ming whispered and then checked his condition. His body had already recovered to its original state. His physique was too strong. As long as a single cell survived, his body could be regenerated. Evidently, his body had repaired itself while he was unconscious. Chapter 45:22. When he was in a coma, his cells would recover automatically. When he woke up, his body had completely recovered. However, his aura was still weak. His cultivation was far from recovered. Lu Ming immediately took out a pile of divine elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed them all. He refined the elixirs and recovered his cultivation. About half a day later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak state. This time it was really close. Lu Ming exhaled. Fortunately, he was decisive enough at the critical moment and directly charged into the spatial rift to escape. Fortunately, his life force was tenacious enough, and he managed to survive by the skin of his teeth. "Let's go." With a thought, Lu Ming tore the void with both hands. The void was directly torn open, and bits of starlight sprinkled in. It seems that I am still somewhere in the starry sky of the primitive universe. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. He left the dark void and returned to the primitive universe. Looking up, he saw stars embedded in the starry sky. Not far away, a huge star was burning fiercely. "Where am I? Which starry sky am I in? Let's go and find out." Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he randomly chose a direction and flew forward. As he flew, his appearance and aura of the origin of life rapidly changed, turning him into a young devil wreathed in dense devil chi. His current speed was so fast that he could cross a starry sky with one step. Lu Ming left him in the dust. Soon, Lu Ming arrived on a huge planet with life. With his status as a demon, others would treat him with respect. It was very easy for him to find out the information he wanted. The Flying Cloud Star Area Group. "I can't believe I am in such a remote place. It seems that I've been drifting in the dark void for a long time." Lu Ming was a little surprised. The Flying Cloud Star Area Group was very far away from the starry sky where the elves lived. This place was closer to the Taishu dynasty. It was a very remote place in the primitive universe. Lu Ming had actually drifted all the way here in the dark void. One could imagine that he had been unconscious for a long time. "I never expected that I would come here. It's just nice. I was planning to return to the Taishu dynasty and bring my parents, the divine wilderness, Chir, and company to the universe ruins. It saved me a lot of time. Lu Ming smiled. Now that he had a treasure like the Chaos Ring, he had long wanted to go to the Taishu dynasty and bring his family and friends to the ruins of the universe through the Chaos Ring. After all, Lu Ming was only at ease in the ruins of the universe. In the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming was always worried. It would be troublesome if someone from the Heavenly Palace found them. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took a nearby wormhole and headed toward the Taishu dynasty. 2 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Sacred Fire Saber sect. The Sacred Fire Saber sect was barely a universe-level force. It had a divine emperor and was the closest universe-level force to the Taishu dynasty. When Lu Ming came out of the Taishu dynasty, the first place he went to was also the Sacred Fire Saber sect. After arriving here, Lu Ming tore the void and rushed toward the Taishu dynasty. Although the Sacred Fire Saber sect was still very far away from the Taishu Sacred Dynasty, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it only took him 10 minutes to traverse the vast starry sky and reach the core of the Taishu Sacred Dynasty, the Taishu Sacred Capital. I'm finally back, looking at the ancient city floating in the air in front of him, which was the Taishu Holy Capital. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. It had been 1,000 years since he left. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, Lu Ming was no longer the Lu Ming of the past. When he left the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming's cultivation had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Now, he had reached the Divine Master realm. In between, he had crossed the 3 major realms of Divine Emperor, and Divine Emperor. To cross 3 major realms in 1,000 years, this kind of cultivation speed was enough to scare people to death. Back then, he was inconspicuous in the vast chaotic universe. Any one of the major forces in the chaotic universe could suppress him. Now, he was famous in the chaotic universe and had become a top expert in the chaotic universe. Time could change a lot, and it could also make people grow. I wonder how my old friends are doing now. Shen Huang, Qi Xianxia, and Emoli. How are their cultivation levels? But they should be in the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence. I'll go to the Holy Capital first and see if Lan Shu and the rest are willing to go to the universe ruins with me. It won't be too late to go to the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King residence then. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Great Illusionary Holy Capital. When he was close to the Great Illusionary Holy Capital, Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and covered the entire Great Illusionary Holy Capital. He was looking for the Blue Merchant. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it was easy for him to cover the entire Great Illusionary Holy Capital with his spiritual senses. He could see clearly what everyone was doing in the Great Illusionary Holy Capital. Moreover, no one could discover him. Found him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot. After Lu Ming disappeared, more than 10 figures flew out of the Taishu dynasty's city walls and came to the place where Lu Ming had been. Where is he? Why did he disappear? He was too fast. I couldn't see how he left. He must be a top expert. Did you notice that the person looked very similar to the Hidden Dragon, Heavenly King? I noticed it too. Could it really be the Hidden Dragon, Heavenly King? He's back. That's possible. The Hidden Dragon, Heavenly King, has been gone for more than 1,000 years. It's normal for him to come back and take a look. Quick, let's report this to the Saint King. These people did not dare to delay and rushed into the Great Illusionary Holy Capital to report to the new Saint King, Jingma, and the old Queen, Kong Shishue. In the Great Illusionary Holy Capital, in a huge garden, the Blue Merchant was holding a water bottle and watering the flowers. The Blue Merchant's cultivation level had been destroyed, and he had focused on cultivating spiritual powers. Soul power and cultivating God power were poles apart. These years, Shi Yin had been cultivating his mind and temperament, growing flowers and grasses. His soul power had improved even faster. Lan Shu, you're in a good mood. All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. At first, the blue merchant was shocked. Someone had appeared behind him, and he had not sensed it. His spiritual powers were very strong, and his spiritual senses were very sharp. In the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian tribe, and the Qianni sacred dynasty, only the undying demon lord could do this. However, judging from a voice, it was not the undying demon lord. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Lu Ming. The blue merchant immediately thought of Lu Ming. His eyes lit up, and he quickly turned around. If the young man standing behind him was not Lu Ming, who else could it be? Speaking of which, Lu Ming's current body was different from before. Regardless of whether it was his appearance or life origin aura, they were all different. If it was his original appearance and life origin aura, the blue merchant would not have recognized him. However, before Lu Ming came, he had used the great imitation skill to change his appearance and life origin aura to be exactly the same as Lu Ming's. The Peak. Chapter 45-23. Lu Ming, you're back. Blue Merchant was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Ming. Lan Shu, it's been 1,000 years. Lan Shu's cultivation has become more profound. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lan Shang specialized in cultivating his soul power. Lu Ming discovered that Lan Shang's soul power was already very profound. It had reached the peak of a Lord God, and his soul power was surging. Of course, in Lu Ming's eyes, there was nowhere to hide. Lu Ming could see everything clearly. Blue Merchant had obtained the soul cultivation crystal and had made great progress over the years. Lu Ming, your cultivation has also made great progress. I can't see through your cultivation. Have you broken through the peak of the Divine Emperor Realm and reached the Divine Emperor Realm? Blue Merchant said. After saying that, he was shocked. He clearly remembered that when Lu Ming left back then, his cultivation level had just broken through to the Lord God level. Within a short span of 1,000 years, Lu Ming was able to cross a huge realm, break through the limit of the Lord God level, and become a God Emperor. This was too shocking. After all, 1,000 years was too short. The Taishu dynasty, the barbarian tribe, and the Tianni sacred dynasty had not had anyone reach the Divine Emperor realm for countless years. Only the undying demon lord who had reached the Divine Emperor realm a few dozen years ago. If it were someone else, he would find it hard to believe. However, Lu Ming gave him the feeling that he was a bottomless pit, unfathomable. You can say that, Lu Ming said with a smile. He did not tell Blue Merchant his current cultivation level. Lu Ming, you've really reached the Divine Emperor realm? Why don't we exchange a few blows? Lan Shangdao's interest was piqued. This, Lu Ming wanted to refuse because there was no need to exchange blows. The gap was too big. He was afraid of hurting Blue Merchant. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked in a direction. There were a few figures walking in the air at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly King Hidden Dragon, it's really you. A pleasant voice was heard. It was Kong Shishua. Next to her was the current Divine Emperor, Jingma. This young man looked almost the same as Jingyu. Behind Jingma and Kong Shishua were a few important officials of the Taishu dynasty. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Lu Ming casually cupped his fists. In fact, with his current cultivation, there was no need to bow to greet them. But he was an old acquaintance of Heavenly King Hidden Dragon. He was just a casual greeting. Anyway, he was not the kind of person who was particular about it. I knew it. When Heavenly King Hidden Dragon returns, he will definitely come here, Jingma said with a smile. After the battle between the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian tribe, and the Tianni sacred dynasty, the Taishu dynasty established a new structure. Lu Ming was given the title of Heavenly King Hidden Dragon. The Heavenly King Hidden Dragon residence occupied half of the Taishu dynasty. As for Lan Shang, he was the imperial advisor. Heavenly King Hidden Dragon is back. You must be tired from the long journey. Let's set up a banquet to welcome you back, Kong Shishua said. Lu Ming didn't refuse. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and Kong Shishua came to a halt. A banquet was already set up in the hall. As soon as Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others arrived, a few people hurried over. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're back." A laugh came from outside the hall. Then, a tall and burly figure stepped out. "Etian." Lu Ming smiled. It was Etian, the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu. Now, he was in charge of all the troops of the Taishu dynasty. Heavenly King Xianxia came with Etian. "Greetings, Heavenly King Xianxia." Lu Ming bowed solemnly. When he was in the Taishu dynasty, Heavenly King Xianxia had helped him a lot. Without Heavenly King Xianxia's help, Lu Ming wouldn't be who he was today. Lu Ming respected Heavenly King Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. No matter how high his cultivation level was, this respect would never change. "It's good that you're back." Heavenly King Xianxia was full of smiles. At this time, a strong pressure came from outside. Then, a burly figure stepped in. Undying Demon King. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that it was Undying Demon King. Undying Demon King walked in with his hands behind his back. He didn't even look at Jingma, Kong Shixue, and the others. His eyes fell on Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you're finally back." Undying Demon King grinned. His eyes shone brightly. His aura was so strong that it filled the hall with a strong pressure. "Demon King, you're here too? That's great. Please take a seat," Kong Shixue said quickly. She was in awe of Undying Demon King. It couldn't be helped. Undying Demon King was invincible in the Taishu dynasty, the Barbarian tribe, and the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. When they faced Undying Demon King, they had to be careful not to offend him. "I've been out for a long time. Of course, I want to come back and see my old friend." Lu Ming smiled and didn't care. He realized that Undying Demon King's cultivation level had been fully restored. In other words, Undying Demon King's cultivation level had reached the Divine Emperor realm. However, would Lu Ming care about a Divine Emperor realm expert? "Come, everyone, please take a seat," Jingma said quickly. Although he was the Great Void Sacred Emperor, he didn't have any loyal experts around him. To put it bluntly, he couldn't afford to offend anyone here. The Undying Demon King smiled and sat down with big strides, not bothering to be polite. Then, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Etian, and the others took their seats. Naturally, someone came up to pour wine for them. "Lu Ming, where have you been in the past 1,000 years? How is it? Are there many experts out there?" Undying Demon King spoke first. "Yes, there are indeed many experts out there." Lu Ming nodded. "You must have made great progress over the years. I can't see through your cultivation level. Have you broken through to the Divine Emperor realm?" Undying Demon King said. To be honest, he was shocked. When he came in, he stared at Lu Ming carefully. He realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming's cultivation level, which shocked him. Back then, Gu Mo had placed a seal on him, and he didn't dare to resist Lu Ming. However, now that his cultivation level had been restored to the Divine Emperor realm, he had changed his mind. The Divine Emperor realm was much stronger than the Divine Emperor realm. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to remove the seal on him. However, when he realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming's cultivation level, he was afraid and temporarily suppressed the idea of attacking. Divine Emperor realm? Hearing Undying Demon King's words, Etian, Holy Thousand King, Jingma, and Kong Shixue were shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Could it be that Lu Ming had really reached the Divine Emperor realm? This was too shocking. Their thoughts were similar to Blue Merchant's. It was terrifying to step into the Divine Emperor realm in 1,000 years. For them, the Divine Emperor realm was the synonym of invincibility. "You can say that." Lu Ming smiled. It was the same answer that he had given Lan Shang previously. It was still the same sentence. He was afraid that if he said it out loud, it would scare everyone present. "You can say that?" Undying Demon King was puzzled. The summit. Chapter 45-24. The Undying Demon King was puzzled. Sort of? What did that mean? Did he reach it or not? In 1,000 years, he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm from the Divine Lord realm. This is unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming did not break through to the Divine Emperor realm and was just bluffing? But his aura is unfathomable. Even I can't see through it. Could it be fake? Could it be that he has cultivated some kind of secret technique that can change his aura? That's why I can't see through it. The unkillable demon king stared at Lu Ming, pondering constantly in his heart. Undying demon king, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, you're really a young hero. Lu Ming, I knew that you're not an ordinary person. You've reached the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Coincidentally, my cultivation has also recovered to the Divine Emperor realm. Why don't we have a fight? The undying demon king laughed and stood up. His body was surrounded by demonic light, and his aura was imposing. Since he couldn't figure out Lu Ming's cultivation, he might as well try to see what Lu Ming's cultivation was. Anyway, it was just a fight. If Lu Ming really reached the Divine Emperor realm, he would still have room to retreat. Undying demon king, do you really want to have a fight with me? Lu Ming said indifferently. He glanced at the undying demon king. An ray of light flashed in his eyes. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the undying demon king's body suddenly stiffened. His muscles trembled involuntarily, and his skin broke out in cold sweat. A chill ran from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become an incomparably terrifying beast in his eyes, and he seemed to have become an ant. The ferocious beast was glaring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey, as if it could blow him to death with a casual breath. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Undefeatable, undefeatable, undefeatable. The undying demon king roared in his heart. His face was covered in cold sweat. He had a feeling that he was nothing more than an ant in front of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a thought. In his heart, he was deeply shocked, incomparably shocked, and incomparably incredulous. Lu Ming's killing intent was only directed at the undying demon king. The others didn't feel it, and it only lasted for a moment before it was withdrawn. Plop! The undying demon king felt his legs go soft. He couldn't even stand properly and sat down on the chair. He found that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He's definitely a cultivator of the godly emperor layer. He's not just a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. He's probably already a cultivator of the third godly emperor layer. How did he practice cultivation? It's too terrifying. Undying demon king roared in his heart. He was sure that Lu Ming had broken through to the godly emperor layer and was much stronger than him. He had probably broken through to the third godly emperor layer. He was incomparably shocked. This cultivation speed was too terrifying. Undying demon king, didn't you want to spar? Why are you sitting down? Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha ha ha. I was joking, No, I was just joking. Don't be impulsive, young man. Don't be impulsive. The undying demon king laughed guiltily, but his smile was uglier than crying. Blue Merchant, Holy Heavenly King, Etian, Kong Shishua, Jingma, and the others looked at Lu Ming and the undying demon king suspiciously and astonishingly. They knew the undying demon king very well. He was an extremely overbearing and meticulous person. He had just proposed to spar with Lu Ming, so he wouldn't cancel it for no reason. Besides, he was covered in cold sweat and looked like he was about to die. Was he afraid of Lu Ming? Lu Ming was shocked. How powerful was Lu Ming now that he could make the unkillable demon king, the old demon, so afraid of him without batting an eyelid? They were imagining things. Lu Ming, you're going to stay for a while this time, right? Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King asked after a long while. No, I'll be leaving soon. The main reason I came back this time is to take my parents away from here and cultivate elsewhere. Lu Ming said, cultivate somewhere else? Is it a higher level place with a better cultivation environment? Blue Merchant and Holy Heavenly King asked quickly. Yes, if you're willing, you can come with me. Lu Ming said, as far as I know, places with better cultivation environments are usually occupied by powerful forces of the universe. It's very dangerous for powerful races to occupy a place. The undying Demon King said. He was a divine emperor and had gone out to explore in the past. He knew a little about the outside world. Don't worry, I got a firm foothold now. There won't be any danger. Moreover, the cultivation environment there is 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming said. What? The cultivation environment there is 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty? The undying Demon King, Holy Heavenly King, Blue Merchant, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty. What kind of cultivation environment is that? At the same time, they were very tempted. For example, the undying Demon King, Holy Heavenly King, Etion, and Blue Merchant cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was too difficult for them to break through. Blue Merchant was better. He still had potential. With the soul cultivating crystal, he might be able to break through to the divine emperor realm in the future. However, it was almost impossible for the undying Demon King, Holy Heavenly King, and Etion to break through. But they didn't have the courage to leave and go to a more advanced place. If what Lu Ming said was true, that the cultivation environment there was 100 times better than the Taishu dynasty, they really had a chance to break through the bottleneck and take another step forward. Especially Holy Heavenly King and Etion, who were both at the quasi-emperor realm. If they were one step closer to the divine emperor realm, their lifespan would skyrocket. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Anyway, I'm old and don't have much time left. It's good to go with you. Holy Heavenly King was the first to speak. Lan Shang and Etion were hesitant. They were the Grand Master of the Taishu dynasty and the commander of the Taishu dynasty's army. They were in a high position and were reluctant to give up. In addition, Jingma and Kong Shishue didn't speak. The two of them definitely wouldn't leave. If they left, wouldn't the Taishu dynasty be handed over to others? Lu Ming, I'll go with you too. The undying Demon King thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. All right. Lu Ming nodded. His eyes fell on Blue Merchant and Etion. He said, Are you willing to go with me? I won't force you, but I can guarantee that if you go with me, breaking through to the divine emperor realm won't be a problem. When Lu Ming spoke, he revealed strong confidence as if there would be no problem. This made Etion and Blue Merchant excited. All right, I'll go with you. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming, I'll go with you too. A cultivator should focus on cultivation. I was almost delayed by mundane matters. Etion nodded. Chapter 45-25. The temptation of breaking through to the divine emperor realm was too great. In the end, Blue Merchant and Etion decided to give up their power and follow Lu Ming. That hidden dragon Heavenly King, Kong Shishue opened her mouth, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Are you afraid that if Lan Shu and the others follow me, the Taishu dynasty will be empty without any experts? Lu Ming smiled and saw through Kong Shishue's thoughts. Kong Shishue and Jingma nodded repeatedly. In the Taishu Holy Dynasty, the barbarian tribe, and the Tianyi Holy Dynasty, the quasi-emperors were the most powerful cultivators. They were the cornerstones of a country. Now, there were too few cultivators in the Taishu Holy Dynasty. There was only Blue Merchant, Etion, Holy Old Heavenly King, and the Undying Demon Lord. Although 1,000 years had passed, there was still no new quasi-emperor in the Taishu Dynasty. Once these people left with Lu Ming, the strength of the Taishu dynasty would weaken rapidly. In the future, it would be annexed by the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Therefore, Jingma and Kong Shishue were very worried. Don't worry, I have my own plans for this matter, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, 8 wild beasts appeared in the hall. To be precise, 8 wild beast puppets. These 8 puppets have the cultivation of quasi-emperors. They are not afraid of death and are invulnerable. They will be placed in the Taishu dynasty to protect the country's fate and ensure the safety of the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming said, What? 8 quasi-emperor level puppets. Kong Shishue and Jingma were shocked and then overjoyed. Holy Old Heavenly King and the others could not calm down. This was really a big move. 8 quasi-emperor level puppets were sent out in one go. These puppets were extremely precious. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, there had never been such high-level puppets. Not to mention 8, even one of them was invaluable. Lu Ming gave 8 of them to Jingma and Kong Shixue. If this was not a big deal, what was? Lu Ming became more and more unfathomable in the hearts of the people. Thank you, Hidden Dragon Heavenly King. Jingma and Kong Shixue quickly got up to thank him. Lu Ming smiled slightly. In fact, there were many such gadgets. He had lost count of how many enemies he had killed and how many rings of holding he had obtained. There were all sorts of things in these storage rings, and there were even more of these puppets. Lu Ming could even take out quite a number of God Thearch Realm puppets, let alone quasi-emperor puppets. However, these things were useless to Lu Ming now. Of course, Lu Ming would not give them puppets that were too powerful. For example, he would give them divine emperor puppets. Kong Shixue and Jingma's ambitions might soar, and they might invade other forces. In the end, they would attract the jealousy of more powerful forces and bring about a fatal disaster. Jingma was very likely to be Jing Yu's son. Lu Ming naturally did not want anything to happen to them. 8 quasi-emperor level puppets were enough to ensure the stability of the Taishu dynasty. This jade talisman has the method to control the puppets. Lu Ming handed a jade talisman to Kong Shixue. Kong Shixue and Jingma naturally thanked him. Hidden Dragon, Heavenly King, can we send some young people to cultivate with you? Kong Shixue asked tentatively. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Kong Shixue wanted to cultivate her own forces. However, Lu Ming did not care. The Taishu dynasty was too small. Lu Ming was not interested in it all. He immediately nodded and said, "Of course. Thank you, Hidden Dragon Heavenly King. Come, let me toast you." Kong Shixue was overjoyed. She raised her cup and drank in one gulp. Then, everyone drank and chatted. The atmosphere was harmonious, especially the undying demon lord. He seemed to have forgotten the unpleasant things that had happened before. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ming got up and said goodbye. "Everyone, please get ready. I'll go back to the Hidden Dragon Palace and pick you up later," Lu Ming said. Then, he stepped into the air and left. "Lu Ming, let me see you off," Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that Blue Merchant had something to say to him in private. Soon, the two of them left the Taishu Saint capital and stood in the starry sky. "Lan Shu, I have something to ask you too. Is Lanling doing well? Why don't I see her in the Taishu Saint capital?" Lu Ming asked. When he mentioned Lanling, he could not help but feel guilty. "I was about to tell you about Ling. She's no longer in the Taishu dynasty," Blue Merchant said. "She's no longer in the Taishu dynasty? Where'd she go?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "About 200 years after you left, she also left. She said that she wanted to go out to train and improve her cultivation. I don't know where exactly she went. Actually, she's very stubborn. When she decided to leave, even I, as her father, could not stop her. I could only let her go. I wonder how she is now." Sigh. Blue Merchant sighed deeply as he spoke. He suddenly felt that his decision back then was wrong. Back then, he wanted to match Lu Ming and Lanling. However, Lu Ming's talent was too high. When his cultivation increased, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Now, it was even more unfathomable. To put it bluntly, Lanling and Lu Ming were not on the same path. The difference in talent was too great. They were not compatible at all. If he had not tried to match Lu Ming and Lanling back then, this would not have happened. "Lan Shu, I'm sorry. Lu Ming was full of apologies. He recalled the scene of him bidding farewell to Lanling before he left. At that time, Lanling stubbornly said that she would catch up to Lu Ming's cultivation. She would definitely catch up to Lu Ming's cultivation. Back then, Lu Ming said that he would wait for her to catch up. Perhaps it was because of these words that Lanling went out to explore. She was really a stubborn girl, just like Mulin's back then. "Lu Ming, you don't have to apologize. Marriage is a matter of mutual love. I was muddle-headed back then." Blue Merchant smiled. Lu Ming was speechless because he really did not know what to say. Sigh now, I just hope that Linger can be safe. Blue Merchant sighed. The primitive universe was vast and boundless. There were as many universe-level forces as there were hairs on an ox. It was very dangerous to wander in the universe. He only hoped that Lan Ling could be safe. Lan Shu, don't worry. Lan Ling is a good person. She should be fine. When she succeeds in her cultivation, we will meet again in the future. Lu Ming comforted. I hope so. Okay, I will go back and prepare. You should go and see your parents. Blue Merchant said, and then went to the Taishu sacred capital. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He then stepped into the air and headed toward the Heavenly King Mansion. Just as Lu Ming left the Taishu sacred capital, the Wu people's ancestral planet welcomed two groups of guests. Everyone in the Wu people, including the ancestral patriarch who had been in seclusion, came out to welcome the guests outside the ancestral planet. These two groups of guests were from the 10 most powerful races, the angel race and the blood race. Did you really find out where Lu Ming's family is? An overlord of the angel race stepped out. His body was enveloped in a pure white light, and his energy was so violent that the sky shook. This was a divine lord overlord. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.